So welcome to Sinfully Fun Games Live, wrong channel. We're looking at Ni no Hakoniwa Dollhouse of Offerings. So the first game we wanted to show off did not work. We're doing this live in front of patrons and supporters over on another platform. So let's see how this goes. If it's too loud or anything, let me know. We have a trend. We have an unintentional trend today. Oh, yeah, we do. We have an unintentional trend. Fuck it. We're doing it live. Give me that gore, baby. I'm gonna have a Senzu bean. I need to be powered up. Do I have any more drink? I do have some water left. I'll have to grab some after this. Damn it. As soon as I went to go have a Senzu bean, round and round went the blades of the fan. Oh, wow. Okay. This looks fine. Leaning back in his chair, the man let out a sigh as he stared at the ceiling. I don't trust this. Okay, it's going fine right now. You recently bought watermelon to eat? I don't actually eat watermelon. Might think it's weird. I don't like watermelon. He was alone at a table for two and almost finished with his coffee. Ghost, huh? Ghosted, huh? I'm okay with ghost. Oh, that's a Canon, by the way, camera on him. It was suspicious that it didn't particularly bother him. For his line of work, he was very average. But of course, when there are a lot of outliers, being average isn't the same as being normal. He was a paranormal investigator and his field was full of outliers. Do I need to go get Trinity? I need to go get Big Tits? She likes this stuff. Your chickens? Yeah, no, my guinea pigs love watermelon, especially the outside of it. They go nuts. They prefer that than the inside, but they love watermelon on a hot day. But don't misunderstand. He didn't become one because he was interested in the occult. It was just the first job he could land out of college. Some publishing company hired him, and Human Resources decided that writing and editing for a spooky tabloid was where he belonged. Problems in late 2020. Yeah, I started. I'm sorry, man. I feel bad. I won't make any blind jokes. It does suck though. Hopefully they find some way to bring back the rest of your vision. He wasn't exactly thrilled, but hey, a job's a job. She seemed like a good lead too. Guess I'll have to find someone else. He couldn't help but be annoyed about having wasted his time. He cleared his throat and noted the lingering taste of coffee in his mouth. It matched his mood, faintly bitter. This definitely wasn't his dream job. He couldn't understand what got people so excited about obviously doctored photos, made-up stories, and untreated mental illness. When he first started, it didn't interest him at all. Over the years, though, he found ways to enjoy his work. The occult is boring. The crazy people who get drawn into it, though, they're the interesting ones. He knew it wasn't nice of him to think that way, but he couldn't help himself. It was either that or lose the only motivation he had.
申し訳ありません。遅くなりました。
He jumped in his seat and scrambled to sit up straight before checking to see who was sitting across from him. When did she get here? It was his source. She bowed apologetically, appeared to not notice the reporter's confusion.
すいません。母の買い物に付き合っていたら時間が過ぎてしまっていて。あ、すいません。
She glanced at his coffee and called the waiter over while scanning the simple menu beside the table.
ミルクティーと、それからこちらの方に同じものをお願いします。
You know, this one might not be so bad. I say.
いえ、私が取材させていただく立場ですから。
Waiting to see everyone's reaction.
そんなことおっしゃらずに、遅れたお詫びだと思ってください。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。
どういたしまして。では以上で。
The waiter nodded and went off to get their drinks. The reporter tried to look polite, sheepish, but truth be told, he was relieved. His employer wasn't exactly a Fortune 500 material, and his reporting wasn't anything special. They didn't pay him enough to throw his money around buying drinks for sources this way. This way, he wouldn't have to charge it as a business expense and put up with the nagging from the accounting that would ensue. Money never did grow on trees.
それでどうしましょうか。お疲れのようでしたら少し時間を置いてからでも構いませんが。
Are you telling me not everybody has a money tree? I sure as fuck don't. I'm here because I can't play erotica games anymore, but I still enjoy other people playing them. You know what? Welcome, Red Pikachu, because I can't see your screen name because of the streamer mode. But you're welcome to join in and enjoy yourself. I'm glad you enjoy my videos and my joking around and stuff. Remember, I'm never actually... If I ever get over the line with my jokes, just let me know. I'm not trying to be intentionally cruel. I'm just trying to be silly. I am Mr. Golden Age. Okay. I will try to remember that. I do try to actually pay attention to my fans. Except the Anon and the BitChute. I don't know which one you are. I'm guessing you're Tenchi. But usually Tenchi does my checking and stuff.
お気遣いいただきありがとうございます。でも大丈夫です。それで今日は。
You know what? I'm gonna be nice. Everyone, I'm gonna tweet out the stream. I'm gonna do this. That is not what I wanted. Holy shit. I want to do this. Thing is, I can't pause the recording, which sucks. There. I don't know why I thought that would be a good idea, because it's supposed to be supporters only, but hey, join the Patreon. Okay. She frowned a little, as though hesitant to talk, but the reporter gave her a look that said he was ready to get down to business.
小鳥箱についてあなたが詳しいと伺いました。
私もお話として聞いているのが大部分ですから、どこまで忠実かはわかりませんし。
Side note, I'm really praying that not every game today has gore in it, but I will laugh my ass off if that unintentionally does become the theme.
それに断片的というか途切れ途切れかもしれませんよ。
I mean, it's better than rape. Or rape, so YouTube doesn't nail me.
構いません。まとめるのが私どもの仕事ですから。あ、録音させていただきますが、よろしかったでしょうか。
The source nodded feebly, waving him a twinge of satisfaction, giving him a twinge of satisfaction. The curse of the Kotori Bako. Rumors about it were commonplace among online enthusiasts of the weird and frightening, although no one could determine. I really shouldn't have senzu beans. Oh my god, that's stuck in my throat. Okay, I'm good. Eating stuff while your throat's still messed up, really not smart. Although no one could determine when they started circulating. The story was the kind where some sort of long-suffering minority would get revenge on their oppressors through supernatural means. In this case, they did it by making the box, a process which supposedly involved a dark ritual which sacrificed little girls. We keep doing games about this. The box could cause serious injury or death to anyone who touched it, and no one who laid eyes on it would come away completely unscathed. It was said to be especially deadly for young girls, whose insides it would tear out. The details would vary like they always did, but that was the gist of it. The paranormal tabloid he worked for had decided to run a feature on the box, and even the diligent reporter, he was doing the legwork of investigating the rumors. After all, anyone could regurgitate what they found on the internet. He needed to give people something they hadn't heard before. He'd been asking around in the sticks, and that was what brought him to set up the interview. I gotta say, this has been a fascinating journey. Staring someone's innards out tends to be deadly, yes. Now for the person watching. I should have about everything I need. What's missing is one special something. He worked long and hard to find the source of this promise. I've talked to a lot of people who said it was in their family shrine or that their parents had it in storage somewhere. The stories always ended with some kind of horrible accident. Now it's time to find out. How would it go this time?
よろしくお願いします。
こちらこそ。では、思い出せる限りで古いものですと。
She finished her tea and the ice was melting in the glass. It shifted noisily as she began her story. I'm going to go down. Woo! No one noticed. Sorry, I'm messing with my chair. There was an island not all that far from the mainland Japan. On a clear day, you could see the mainland from shore. But it wasn't terribly close either. Just a little fog, and there would be nothing but ocean for as far as the eye could see. It wasn't a large island, certainly not the size of a country, but it was home to several villages. They were humble places where the people made their living by cultivating the land or helping themselves to the ocean's bounty. Their lives could have been so simple, but alas, they wouldn't be able to remain isolated on their island forever. It's called Ito Island? Wow, only people that watch -1 get that joke. I think it's Ito. Ito or Ito Island. There was a river that ran through each village. That's where the story began, on one of the river banks. A crowd had gathered. You could tell they were poor by the way they dressed. Although there were a few who looked somewhat more well-to-do, merchants perhaps. The mass of people were circled around something, all facing towards a single spot. It wasn't an everyday kind of gathering. Where they were looking, the riverbank's gravel turfed had some been stained a dark red, the color of dried blood. A dirty, emaciated man sitting with his arm tied behind his back was the object of their gaze. He was silent, staring down at the blood-stained ground. Droplets of cold sweat ran down his face a few at a time. There was murmuring in the crowd, and people were talking amongst themselves. There was no conspiratorial note to their whispering, however. It was merely the grumbling of riffraff. Another one for the chopping block, huh? It's for disloyalty to the daimyo, supposedly. How many does this make? You should have known what would happen. What are you gonna do? It's just the way it is. We're getting taxed to death. Hell, I don't know if we're gonna make it through the winter. I guess we gotta hope for the best. Oh, yum, I love having hope for dinner. Alright, to the one that said that, fuck you. That one was good. Hey, what are you getting at? We're not people to them. They killed us. They can't kill every weed in the fields. Still sweating, the man had his arms bound, laughed. Behind him stood a samurai official, sword in hand, and the sword that would end the bound man's life.
そうとも。俺たちは雑草以下じゃねえか。
That very moment, a foot came into his view of vision. gravel crunching beneath it. It belonged to the governor, the one appointed by the daimyo himself, the daimyo lord. Daimyo. Fuck. You know I can say that word. Just today I can't. Daimyo lord. He surveyed the crowd, meeting the people's gaze, and they fell silent in an instant.
よし。
The governor nodded, smirking, and without a word, he gave his official the signal to go ahead.
本当によろしいんで、せめて最後に。無用だ。
The governor said no more and gave his signal again.
そうだよな。無実のやつを進んで切りたかねえもんな。おい大官さんよ、こっちのお役人はあんたよりまだマシってもんだぜ。
The governor looked down on the peasant with a stony silence. In stony silence, he had already given his order. The crowd watched with bated breath. They knew the small act of defiance meant nothing, but they were curious to see what would happen.
なんで俺たちがこんなに絞られなくちゃならねえんだ。取った魚も取った稲も何もかんも持っていかれて四六時中腹をすかしていなきゃなんねえんだ。なあ、おかしいと思わねえのか。俺たちは十分すぎるほど貢いでるじゃねえか。それをな。やれ。おめえらに全部持っていかれて、おっかあも息子もみんな死んじまったんだ。それをおかしいと言って何が悪い。
The serf had a crazed look in his bloodshot eyes. The angry red veins branching through them made it look as though he had cried every last tear his ducts could hold. The executioner looked at him with pity, as though he were a feral dog that was going to be put down.
お前らみんな呪われろ。死んじまえ。周りの奴らもみんなこのままじゃ絞り殺されちまうぞ。あのクソ漁師に殺され。
Wow. Could we use that as a thumb shot on YouTube? I wonder if we'll get away with it, folks. I feel like there is no way in hell we're getting away with this image, but we're going to try. So I like this so far. His head rolled off and fell to the ground. The cut was clean and professional. The governor grinned as he watched blood begin to spill over the rocks. When he was satisfied, he turned toward the crowd and spoke.
これと意を同じくする旅外者はいるか。
This one certainly has got my interest so far. Everyone shook their heads in response, lips pursed solemnly. The official who had performed the execution gave an approving nod, to which the governor smiled. It was a genuine smile, the smug satisfaction of a man who'd crushed a pesky fly.
いつものように始末しておけ。ご苦労だったな。
The executioner bowed to the governor as he took his leave of the riverbank. He was followed by a retinue of samurai who seemed as though they had come out of nowhere. Meanwhile, the severed head stared back at the crowd, eyes unblinking. If only I could understand the language. Oh, right. Oh no. Now I feel bad. The farms and fisheries of the island were generally bountiful. It was rare for them to see a bad harvest or small catch. There was no hope for an uprising. The island was too far away from the mainland for one to have any chance of success. Hard as the peasants might fight, there were no potential allies for them to find. The island had been fairly independent until a few decades prior, when the daimyo from the mainland declared it to be his property. Japan had entered its warring states period. Warlords and strongmen came to blows over land and power as the shogun and his government in Muramachi became increasingly irrelevant. Where once a daimyo had been mere agents of the shogun's ultimate authority, they began to see themselves instead as the rightful owners of the lands they ruled. Each one was soon the king of his own petty fiefdom, ruling only as he saw fit. So laws could vary drastically from one territory to the next. As war raged across the lands, it was not uncommon for powers to change it overnight. None of that was any concern to the people of this island, though. All that mattered to them was how their lives were becoming more and more unbearable. They kept hoping that it would soon be over. Soon things would change. Hope was the fire they were being cooked over while their bellies stayed empty and their lives grew worse. They didn't know what people on the mainland called their island, Naishima, the Isle of Offerings. It was a fitting name. The islanders were the offerings. Asa threw up, leaning against the wall outside the run-down row of houses he called home. He'd just come back from the riverbank. Why was it looking at me? What the hell? God, they were getting a lot of that picture. He could still see the severed head staring straight into his eyes. He couldn't get it out of his mind. It wasn't the first time. He had seen numerous peasants like himself lose their heads on the riverbank, and they always looked into his eyes. He could see them, the memories swirling in his head. He hated going to the executions, but he couldn't help but think, what if it was him? What if it was his daughter? He couldn't just ignore them. He couldn't stay away. And every time they made eye contact.
おい、朝、また吐いてるのか。もったいない。
You want to eat it off the ground? It's all yours. Asa turned to see who was there. Looking sick to his stomach, it was Jin, another peasant he knew from First Village.
仕方ないだろう。まったく、どいつもこいつも、なんで俺に目を向けるんだ。気のせいだよ、気のせい。ほら、しっかりしな。センちゃん、まだ具合が悪いんだろ。ああ、すまん。
Asa tried to pull himself together, appreciating the comforting way Jin was patting his back. Forget the others. If I don't figure something out soon, we'll be just as dead. He couldn't afford to waste what little there was in his stomach. Swallowing his bile, Asa cleared his throat, wiped his mouth, and then forced a laugh.
もう大丈夫だ。ありがとう。ならいいが。今度は5の村のやつだったか。その前は7の村だ。最近特に多いな。当たり前だ。
Jin glanced around to check for listening ears before he lowered his voice and continued.
もうずっと我慢しっぱなしだが、今年は特にまずい。このままだとどんどん死ぬぞ。雑草を引っこ抜くみたいにな。嫌なもんだ。
The crack in Asa's voice spoke to how hopeless he felt in a way that words couldn't.
ああ、まあな。
Jin was hurting as well. The daimyo and his governors and the villages were taking nearly all the food for themselves. The taxes were beyond heavy. They left so little for the peasants that it seemed unlikely any of them would survive. It was still only autumn, so things were okay for the time being. Still, winter was on its way, and people's stores were already running low. They could all be dead by the end of the season.
仕方ねえさ。俺たちは奴隷なんだよ。人じゃね
でもよ、俺んとこもうちのと二人食っていくのが精一杯で。
え。声が大きいと目をつけられるぞ。
Jin shut his mouth and checked their surroundings again. There didn't appear to be anyone eavesdropping this time.
せめて処刑場はよそに移してくれねえかな。領主様のお膝元の方がいいと思うんだが。
Asa sighed and looked up at the manor. It overlooked all the villages on the island from atop a hill. Jin laughed nervously at the remark.
お前のその発言の方がよっぽどじゃねえか。お膝元だからこそ俺らの汚い血で汚したくないんだろうよ。
河川敷なら砂利が臭くなりすぎたら流せばいいか。
He thought back to the dead man looking into his eyes, and then he shook his head in frustration.
どうしたもんかな。
どうしようもねえさ。
They both sighed and gave up on talking. Soon they drifted listlessly back to their homes. Asa's door was stuck as usual. He was never going to get it fixed. However, with a little effort, he could slide it open. It didn't exactly smell nice inside, but he was home, and it made him somewhat less anxious.
ほっと。
Little girl spotted. Terrible things will happen. Wrong button.
いい、寝てろ。
うん。
Sick little girl, terrible things will happen. His daughter, Sen, was sleeping in the corner. Asa kicked off his straw sandals and went to her side. I forgot I need to actually look at the other chat. There we go.
調子はどうだ？
もう、大丈夫だよ。
無理すんな。ほら、ゆっくり息しろ。
If it says Oni-chan, I'm turning it off.
うん。
Oh, man.
ほら、大丈夫。
This is going to sound really wrong, but I don't mean it in the way you think I do. Look at her chest. Look at how you can see the bones. Like, they did an actual good job of drawing, like, the starvation thing. Like, you can see her rib cage. That's what I meant before that gets taken out of context. Sen tried to force a smile, even as she coughed. Asa watched with a solemn look on his face.
ごめんね。夫。私、早く元気になりたいな。そうすれば、夫に迷惑かけずに、一緒に畑仕事して。
そうだな。そのためにも今はゆっくり休め。
うん。ごめんね。
His daughter was apologizing to him for being sick, but there wasn't a damn thing he could do to comfort her. All of their most nourishing crops went straight to the governor. He'd already given Sen everything that was left over. Still, her health wasn't showing any signs of improvement.
明日にはまた精のつくもんを持ってきてやるから。そしたら食べて元気になるさ。
He was lying. The only thing he could do for Sen was lie to her. Or was that just wishful thinking? Maybe he was actually lying to himself?
やったー。
Regardless, Sen laughed for him. It helped. Her smile was the only thing keeping Asa going, even though he hated himself for how guilty he didn't feel about making her comfort him.
ありがとう。ごめんね、夫。
なんも謝ることはねえぞ。
Oh, this is going to be such a sweet, wholesome game, guys, and nothing terrible is going to happen. Everyone ignore the beginning warning. And you know the head that we've been seeing every few minutes in this game. Sen nodded after a long pause. Dead men's eyes were flashing before Asa. Game, if you're going to show it again, I'm putting a counter on the screen. Still sitting next to San, Asa clenched his fist tight. What the fuck? I can't let her end up like them. I have to save her. Come hell or high water, that's all that matters. He was sincere, but illness and starvation belong to a different order of truth than mere sincerity. Weakly, Sen placed a hand on Asa's fist. His grip was tight enough to draw blood, but he loosened it to let her slide her hand into his palm.
夫の手、あったかいな。
そうか。
あったかい。一人だと寒くて。
So, chat, who's taking the counter and how long till this kid bites the dust? I'm not being cruel. We just know how this goes. Sen smiled sheepishly.
ごめんね、夫。私に構ってちゃダメなのに。ごめんね。
For all her apologizing, Sen didn't let go. She was like a mewling stray hungry for attention. She knew he couldn't stay with her all the time. She was trying not to be selfish. But that just made her want to cling even harder.
いいさ。お前が寝るまでこうしてるからな。
Asa bowed his head in relief as he squeezed her hand. It was bony and cold, but her pulse was still there. He wanted so badly to feel the life in her.
ありがとう。
She wasn't apologizing this time. Asa smiled at that. But even as he sought warmth in his daughter's hand, he found himself being splashed in the face with cold water of reality. Asa was at a loss for what to do. How did it get to this point? He had heard things were different when his parents were little and his grandparents in their prime, the previous daimyo, wasn't as bad. Back then, the islanders of Nishima had no reason to be interested in mainland politics. They blindly believed things would always be the same. What difference did it make them to them who the daimyo's boss was? They paid their taxes reliably. What good would it do him to ask for more than they could offer? It struck Asa as the attitude of sheep ripe for the slaughter. It must have been nice to believe they could live in peace forever. They never even thought to arm themselves. Hell, maybe that was the right call at the time. Their daimyo may not have been so lenient if he thought they were becoming a threat. Besides, life was good back then. As long as they kept him fed, he kept them safe from outside attack. I can't even imagine living that way. Asa was grinding his teeth audibly. Taxes had only gone up since the start of the new daimyo's reign, At this point, the islanders were truly slaves. I'm surprised no one's made political jokes in both chats. Whether farmer or fisher, they lived only to serve him. They couldn't hope for even the most basic of dignities. Was it really all because the power had changed hands on the mainland? Maybe there was a bad harvest they were trying to make up for? But bad harvests didn't last for decades, and even if one had, it would be their problem to deal with themselves. If we let the daimyo keep having his way, we'll starve, but if we demand change, he'll kill us. So, your choices are die, die, or die. So die like cowards, or do something about it. Yeah, take a fucking shot, chat. How many times have we seen this thing? Just like the ones who had lost their heads to the riverbank stained the gravel red. Get the counter, that's 3 so far. Asa squeezed his daughter's hand as she coughed. No, we're doomed, and Senna's gonna be the first to go. But even in his darkest hour, Asa wouldn't cry out to the gods for help. He knew his prayers would go unanswered. Man, this is just going all in with nihilism. The idea of being reborn in paradise did nothing for him. He needed help in this life. What do I do? What am I supposed to do? Asa had a good head on his shoulders. He was careful and tried not to let slip remarks about the governor or the daimyo, but he could feel the pressure building around him. He is going to snap hard, yeah. If that kid dies, there's no stopping him. There were 7 villages on the island, and in each of them, people were reaching the absolute limit of what they could take. Just a little push, and they would explode. But that'd just make things worse. We'd be goners. The daimyo's governors would hear about it if they started amassing weapons and stand a fighting chance. They'd have to muster far too large a force to move undetected. The daimyo would have plenty of time to rally his own troops. And he and his personal army could weather a siege in his hilltop manor until reinforcements from the mainland arrived. And when they did, they'd kill the islanders. If they left any survivors, it would only be so they could continue to work the land for the daimyo. Things would be even worse than they are now for anyone who's still alive. The islanders would only have a chance of success if their strikes were quick and decisive, and even then they would still need a way to hold off the mainland. Welcome to Ghost of Tsushima. Overthrowing the daimyo alone was a tall order. Doing it without facing outside intervention would be impossible. Damn it, Sen's really gonna... No, not yet. Clenching his fist, Asa watched his daughter sleep. Her breathing was strained. She was all skin and bones, but even so, she had such a look of pure innocence. It warmed her father's heart. There's gotta be something I can do for her. She's the only thing that really matters. He racked his brain for a way to save the one good thing in his life. Seeing him struggling to hold back his tears, Sen smiled to him.
これ、おっかと同じ病気かな。
そうかもな。
Her mother had passed away a year prior. It was her lungs. Now Sen was displaying the very same symptoms.
でも、お前だけじゃねえ。お前が悪いわけじゃねえ。同じ風なやつもいっぱいいる。
A sickness that only attacks the lungs back then? I wonder what that would have been.
そうなんだ。
She cast her gaze aside for just a moment, enough time for Asa's heart to break. It wasn't the first time he had seen that expression. His wife was one among many people who had given him that look.
私、 死んじゃうんだね。
Yeah, probably. It was the look of a spirit who had given up.
そんなこと言うんじゃねえ。お前は死なせん。あいつを失ってお前まで先に行かれたら残った俺はどうするんだ。
Quick question. What does this have to do with a box that kills people? I'm just saying. We were supposed to be doing a box that kills people. He didn't have any way of making good on his promise, but he had to say it.
胸を患ってるのはお前の他にも大勢いるんだ。みんなどの村でも治したいと思ってる。それだけ皆で頑張ってるのに治らねえわけがねえだろ。
そっか。そうだね。
A hint of the will to live returned to Sen's face. Asa was relieved, but he hated himself a little for misleading her. It's not a lie. It's not. There's going to be a cure for Sen, for all the kids. There has to be. The very young, the very old, and anyone with natural weak constitutions were catching it in droves. It began with a cough that wouldn't let up. Then they would wither and die. Whooping cough? No, whooping cough didn't kill, did it? It might have, yeah. They would recover over time with rest and proper nutrition, but those affordances weren't available to the people of Nishima anymore. If there's no other way, she could stow away to the mainland. No, they'd kill her if they caught her. I can't let that happen. That would be too risky, but they didn't have much time.
治ったらまたみんなと遊びたいな。おとんも一緒に遊んでくれる？
They're gonna make her as cute as possible for this one.
ああ、もちろんだと思う。だから今はしっかり休んで治すことに専念しろ。
はーい。
Shen shut her eyes and continued drawing pained breaths. How long does she have? A month or two? There's no way she can make it through winter. The situation seemed hopeless. To believe anything else was wishful thinking. Asa bit his lip hard enough to draw blood as he firmly held his daughter's hand. Sorry, trying to crack my neck while I stream is not easy. Oh, there we go. The next morning, Asa dragged himself. You know what? We'll save it for next time. I do like this game, so we definitely will look at more of it. Where is my save function? Is that my save function? That's my save function. Okay. So I do like this one. Welcome back to the Dollhouse of Offerings. What I didn't know was that this was made by the woman who created Nicopada. Also, I didn't know that the creator of Nicopada was a woman, so that's kind of neat. So let's continue. The next morning, Asa dragged himself out of bed to go work in the field. He was just as tired as when he laid down, and no one in his row of houses seemed to have fared any better. This crap never gets any easier. Asa and the peasants like him worked the lands, but the daimyo owned it. They were merely tenants, and their work wasn't up to snuff. They would be evicted.
おい、朝。他の村の連中とも相談してるんだけどよ。
やめろっつっただろうが。そんなもん、川山用だけ立てても意味がねえ。
He didn't turn to meet Jin's gaze. The two of them kept their eyes on their work as they continued talking.
でも、このまま死ぬのか？お前だって冬を越せねえのは分かってるだろう。海の連中だって同じだ。
勝ち目が薄すぎるんだよ。俺は線を残して死ぬわけにはいかねえんだ。
このまま行けばどの道同じことじゃねえか。
なんだと。
Ace's voice was sudden and cold. He scowled at at the other man, eyes full of
悪い
hatred.
言い過ぎただが事実だろ
諦めるつもりはねえぞ。
Asa said his piece and returned to his work. Glancing around, he spotted a samurai official walking by a little ways off. Overseers like him would make their rounds and shout orders at the peasants they found slacking
いけ
off.
すかねえやつらだ。
まったくな
They gave each other a look and shook their heads. There was nothing to gain by letting things go on as they were. Time was running out, and Aisha did nothing. Well, Asa did nothing. Well, I can read. Asa's breath grew faster. Felt like he was giving up on his daughter, just letting her die. The vast majority of the elders died last winter. The food should have been for them instead of went for the children, and even then, at least a third of the kids died too. He couldn't stand to think about what life would be like in the spring if he was still alive.
なあ
Jin, the other villagers, the entire island. They were all at their peak breaking point, and honestly, Asa felt the same. Why not snap and get it over with? His daughter was the only thing keeping him from doing something desperate. If he lost Sen, he would probably follow close behind. She was his everything. After that, he had failed to save his wife. After all, he had failed to save his wife.
おいそこの二人
Asa and Jin looked up at the worker who barked at them, at the official who barked
あ
at them.
そこのが倒れて動いておらん行って様子を見てこいへい手遅れだったらいつもと同じで構わんいつまでも居座られては目障りださっさと起こすなり捨てるなりしてこい
One after the other, the officials looked at Asa, Jin, and the third peasant before walking away. He didn't look back at them, not even once.
どうぞ
ああ、そこに置いてある。
Asa points to a spot behind them, just outside the field, where they found a wooden plank. They would have to carry the man on it.
慣れちまってるな。
Asa swore as he helped Jin haul the body. He was almost certainly dead. The best thing to do would be to get out of the official's sight as quick as
何
possible.
人目か数えてるか
いや、キリがない。
Sullenly, the man carried out their grim tasks. They listened to the sea as they hoisted the body along. The man's death merited no
こ
fanfare.
いつの家に知らせてやるやつが必要だな
ああ、俺が行く。
Asa volunteered. He was used to it. Gin gave him a sheepish
悪い
look.
なお前には甘えっぱなしで
死んだのを伝えるなんて嫌がって当然だ。俺はまあ大丈夫だが。
本当か
ああ、
Grunting with effort, Asa didn't bother giving more than a one-word answer. Of course he minded it. It broke his heart to see the looks on the faces of the bereaved family members. But someone had to do it, and it might as well be him. Asa tried to look at it that
あ
way.
ともうちょっとか
そうだな。もっと沖の方まで進むぞ。
There was a short way from the dock. Walking along the top of the rocky embankment, the ground was uneven and treacherous. But Asa and Jin had been horsing around there since they were children, so there was no trouble navigating the terrain.
懐かしい場所が今じゃ死体捨てに絶好の場所だって言うんだからゾッとするな。
胸くそが悪くなる
There was a disgust in Jin's voice. He quickened his pace, and Asa tried to keep up, so as to not to drop the body. The rocks were only exposed when the tide was low. As the tide went out, the water would carry away anything there. If you left a body there, it would be gone the next day. We're treating the dead like garbage. Grimly also surveyed the area around
よし
them.
この辺でいいだろ
じゃあせーのっと
The two of them tilted the plank down, and the dead man tumbled down the rocks. His limbs flailed in the air with each bump and rolled, but Asa didn't seem to pay any mind. I've seen it a million times before. No one had the time or strength to hold a funeral or dig a grave anymore. All they could do was send the bodies out to sea, with hopes they would never return to this wretched island.
なあさやっぱりやるしかねえよこのまま冬になったら全員死んじまう
うだが
あいつらに殺されるんだぞうちの親は両方とも俺たちに飯を分けて死んだ最後は納屋に自分たちを閉じ込めて俺があげた時親父とおふくろは噛みつき合って死んでたんだ俺たちは人だろうあんなのは人の死に方じゃねえ
俺だってそうだうちのは満足に飯も食えないまま血を吐き散らかして死んだんだどこの村でも流行ってる胸の病気だあれがどういう死に様か知らないわけでもねえだろ
His daughter would join them soon. There was nothing he could do, and he knew it. And yet, still,
許せねえことはある
だったら
Asa turned to see what he had caught Jin's eye. A little ways away, he saw a glimpse of what looked like white fabric and gold threads in the shadows of the
な
embankment.
んだありゃ
Jin froze up, but Asa moved forward to investigate.
おい危ねえぞ
うるせえありゃ人の形だ毛色がちょいと違うだろうが人に違いねえ
言われてみりゃそうだな
Asa sensed Gin behind him as he made his way for the spot below.
にしてもこりゃ確かにへんてこなやつだな
Judging by the flat chest, it seemed to be a man. But his skin was ghostly white, and he had yellow hair that shined when the light reflected off.
朝どうすんだ
こうする
He gave the man a kick in the chest, to which he responded with a start. The man started to vomit up forth a mix of bile and seaweed before he immediately fell back on the
生
ground.
きてるみたいだがとりあえず運ぶか
は役人に知らせなくてもいいのか
どう見てもまともじゃねえんだ渡したところでろくな目には合わないだろうよそれに気がついてからこいつが自主的に役人に申し出ても遅くはねえだろう
For the sake of his conscience, Asa wanted to keep the man safe, or at least he would have to return himself in on his own
俺
accord.
は知らねえからな手伝うのは運ぶところまでだ
それだけでも十分だ
Asa smiled in thanks, and the two of them started moving the man onto the plank. The man's breathing had steadied. There probably wasn't any more water in his lungs. I've never seen anyone look like this guy. Maybe he'll know some kind of remedy. Then they could cure Sen, and that's not going to happen. I know that, but I can't help it. Asa sensed his face and lowered his jaw to hold back tears as he helped lift the man up. Nothing wrong with little blind faith. What's the worst that could happen? There was more than a hint of self-deprecation in the thought. With that, he and Jin carried the man away. Asa had to cling to whatever shreds of hope he could find. It's going to unfortunately be a very short episode. Oh. The intro. This one's gonna be fucked up. Time passed, and soon, even the 19th century was near its end. The Meiji Restoration had brought an end to the reign of Tokugawa government, and the capital's name was changed to the Edo, from Edo to Tokyo, or Edo, whichever one. Once the mere scattering of clans and islands, Japan became a modern nation-state, and then the Meiji era also passed into history, and the Taisho Emperor took his place on the throne. Each dazzling transformation of the country had its own impact on our little island. Still, although change was inevitable, it happened more slowly on Naishima. And that is where we're going to leave it. Mostly because I'm dealing with an issue with my recording software. So I hope you guys did enjoy, and I'll see you guys next time for more. Bye, guys. And don't forget, if you like horror, check out Simply Pure. The tree-lined mountain road, their feet disturbing the peace of the normally serene woods. They proceeded in an orderly manner, conducting themselves almost like soldiers, although they bore no striking uniforms or insignias. The looks on their faces were varied. Some grimaced solemnly, while others gave the impression that they were there only because someone told them they had to be there. It would be difficult to surmise their purpose based on looks alone. The path they were going down appeared to have arisen naturally from being walked many times. There was no evidence that any of them had made a road intentionally. Clearly, the path was not meant for the general public. I'm doing this live and they're trying to distract me. Found the emo. They were members of the House of Yasaka. At their center stood a young man whom they appeared to be guarding. His name was Kyaru, and he was moving in perfect time with the others. He was not a beautiful man per se, but he was good looking all the same. His face called to mind a tiger at rest. Chest shot. His physique was lithe and muscular, like a ferocious predator. Don't show his dick, thank you. His hands, however, were very large, which created an almost cartoonish effect. Suddenly manly chest. And although he was constantly alert, there was also something sleepy about his manner. Truly, he was a man of contradictions. That was the first impression of everyone who met Yasaka Kurao. Chat. Oh, Jesus. Kuro kept shifting his posture. He couldn't get comfortable. The clothes were too fancy, far more luxurious than the simple outfits the others were wearing. He had never dressed up like this in his entire life. Why do I have to wear this? Kuro was frustrated. He wasn't about to cease his march, but his heart wasn't in it. Absent-mindedly, he was flexing his hands.
あら、緊張してるの?
The woman beside him teased him with a smirk.
どうだろう。よくわからない。
素直でよろしい。
そういうのはないかな。こういう時は不安がった方がいい。
そのままでいいよ。ごまかしてもすぐに化けの皮が剥がれるでしょ。あなた、そんなに器用じゃないんだから。
先生が言うなら、そうかもね。
のんきにしてるな。
Her eyebrows sank in expression. Yasaka Io found talking to Kurao frustrating at times. Her condescension would have seemed strange to an outside observer. Judging by her stature, you wouldn't expect her to be a day older than 12. However, she had already seen 5 decades come and go. Her hair had gone gray a long time ago, but there were streaks of pink here and there near the ends. And her purple eyes shone like amethysts. They were almost hypnotic. None of the Yasaka looked average, but she especially stood out.
それより、先生はそのままでいいの？
式家に婿殿を届けに行くのに姿をごまかしちゃ失礼でしょ。
失礼とか気にする柄だっけ？
Io pursed her lips, hoping no one had heard her. Kuro smiled and continued walking, as did some of the others around them. Io was the family's ultimate authority, and they all respected her. She was their sensei. Why did you try to watch the Saban Sailor Moon pilot? You did that to yourself. The Yasaka made their home on Nanawara Island, and although the so-called 7 noble houses that govern the island did not include them in their power-sharing schemes, they were nonetheless a force to be reckoned with. Not all members of the family were related by blood, nor did they necessarily share a single common ancestor. They were, however, being raised together. House Yasaka was a single large organization, directed by a headmistress. The headmistress was Io. It meant something when they called her sensei. She was like a mother to them. Sensei doesn't normally let outsiders see her like this. It must be serious to her. If Io didn't make her appearance, she had a reason. Didn't mask her appearance, she had a reason. Either she was dealing with someone very important, or what the heck? Okay. Or she wanted to make a strong impression.
しかし、
いい加減覚悟を決めなさい。
理由がわからない。
わからなくともなんとかなるでしょう。
先生、楽しんでないか？
Is this my save? I feel like we missed something.
「自慢のこの晴れ舞台なんだから嬉しいに決まってるじゃない。」ん？
Io tilted her head thoughtfully. It was an adorable gesture, but what was behind it remained opaque. She really won't tell me. Questions lingered in Kiro's mind, but all he could do was keep walking. He would get no answers from Io. 10 minutes or so later, they finally exited the woods. Nanawara village spread out before them. It was more or less the same as the last time Kuro had seen it. Automatically, Kuro took advantage of the view to orient himself, locating each of the 7 noble houses by sight. Ichikura, one of the treasuries, Futada, of 2 wilds, Kazua, of the 3 boars, Shiki, of 4 seasons, Ngosha, of 5 monuments, Rikugao, of 6 lands, and Segusa, of 7 herbs. I wonder what they'll do with me. Hammer's work, I can hear. Bashing your thing usually does work, yes. Kurao wasn't nervous. He simply wondered. House Yosaka had no place in the village. Their home was on the other side of the island, separated from Nanawara by steep and difficult back roads. There was more than one reason for their being segregated from the other families. A prominent factor was the Yosaka themselves.
さて、時間はちょうどいいくらい。このまま遅れないように行きましょう。
Just to remind everyone, this is made by the chick that made Nikopara. The headmistress spoke, and her children called back in unison, acknowledging her command. Karao and the others were all Io's children. They were the products of her craft. There would always be a demand for wet work, reconnaissance, sabotage. House Yosaka's trade was rearing individuals suited for such tasks and selling them as commodities. Yes, this is made by the chick that made the Cat Maid game. Apparently this gets really messed up. Of course, an artisan needs raw materials to work with. The Yosaka were not picky about where they obtained theirs. Many of them started out as children taken from the mainland. So, given their vocation, House Yosaka was not well loved among the islanders. That's why what was going on didn't make any sense. House Shiki is the most prestigious noble house on the island, and they want me to marry their daughter? This has to be some kind of trick. At least that's what I was told. I could be wrong. But trick or no, the matter was no joke to Kurao. As they traveled down the main street, Kurao observed the many shops along the way. You could hardly call them bustling, however. In fact, they were surprisingly few people out and about for the middle of the day. Such a reception didn't surprise Kurao. The Yosaka were outsiders here. The people of Nanawara village didn't look kindly on their family's trade. Kurao and the others could feel the stares of passers-by, but they didn't pay them any mind. They had come to Nanawara, God, saying that's going to get annoying, knowing what it would be like.
なるほど。
Because I want to mess that up at some point. Wait for it. Corral commented to himself, and then he took a deep breath and straightened his back. Only a moment before, he had the air of a cat lazing in the sun, but now he was stoic and intimidating. Taking notice of the katana that he wore on his waist, the looks that were focused on him just a moment ago disappeared, as if they were frightened away. Since they forced him to take the katana with him, to Corral it was merely dead weight, but it was certainly effective as an insect repellent.
あら、今頃やる気出した？お目通りに間に合ってよかったじゃない。
いや、そっちでのやる気じゃない。
Io tilted her head inquisitively. It was a smug gesture. She suspected she'd already knew what was on Corral's mind. We all know what to expect. If they smell weakness, they'll think I'm useless. Corral didn't have any way of knowing what Io was scheming, but he didn't need to. Whatever happened, he wasn't going to let himself bring shame to the house of Yusaka. What if Shiki had only called them here to humiliate them, and everything about the engagement was just pretext? What do I do then? Corral considered the matter intently, but he didn't have any particularly strong feelings about it. He had been carefully reared so that the drives of resentment and ego would hold no sway over him. It was one of his selling points. He did, however, foresee at least one potential issue, and he looked to Io.
先生、もしあれだったら指示を。
あれって何？
あれはあれで。
Are you telling us your dick doesn't work?
あんたのそういうとこいいと思うよ。
She gave him a pat on the back, as though to comfort him. I shouldn't make her worry about me. He regretted saying anything, but he soon forgot about that when he saw they were finally approaching the house Shiki's manor. The 7 noble houses of Nanawara all made their homes in manners like this one. The architecture gave off an imposing aura up close. Kirao's eyes were sharp, and even with a decent view, he could spot all 7 manors at the distance. Still, they didn't have the same feel from far away. Each noble house had a trademark flower that grew in their gardens.
よく咲いてるね。あんたが来るのに合わせたみたいじゃない。
少し目に痛いけど、綺麗だね。
Yusaka had stopped to admire the camellia blossoms. Someone had anticipated their arrival, and the gate swung open before them. When they passed through the entrance to the estate, they came into a vast garden. With the central manor before them, a group of Shiki were there to receive them. Kuro hadn't expected that. They came out to meet us? The Shiki considered House Yusaka beneath them. As far as the 7 noble houses of Nanawara were concerned, all that mattered about House Yusaka was their sordid business in human trafficking. They were a source of cheap labor and service at best. They really wanted me to marry their daughter? Corral wasn't sure what Io expected, but he didn't think this visit would be anything special. It had seemed likely that House Shiki would have called them here to do some kind of dirty work. He thought they were simply going to demand a backroom deal. Just a business transaction, the buying and selling of chattel slaves. But if that were the case, they wouldn't be getting such a formal reception.
八坂家が棟梁。 やさかいをまかり越しましてございます。
Io bowed politely, and with the exception of Karao, the other Yasaka behind her sank to their knees and prostrated themselves. Karao, however, remained standing. He bowed politely as Io did, and that was all. He reasoned it could be rude to act excessively humble when they were receiving him like an honored guest. It appeared he had reasoned correctly, as a large-framed old man stepped forward from the center of the group of Shiki. It was Shiki Daogen, head of the house.
イオ殿、ご苦労。苦労殿、顔を上げられよ。はっ。
Karao lifted his head and did as he was told. Dugan began to look him over intently. He made no effort to hide the fact that he was appraising Karu as a prospective purchase. A normal person may have been intimidated, but not Kuro. He simply wasn't one to feel such emotions. I'ma punch it. Far from being nervous, it seemed almost as though Karao was feeling out Dugan's intentions for him. Either that, or he was simply thinking nothing at all.
捉えどころのない男だな。
ご満足いただけませんでしたか？
いや、嫌いではない。もとより、今回の件はわしの意の外だ。
Daogen gave a magnanimous nod and shifted his demeanor in an instant. He turned to Kawu again with a gentle look in his eyes. Not footage. Is anyone else having that issue? Hold on, I can fix that.
安心されよ。婿殿に無体な真似はせんし、八坂をどうこうしようという意図もない。どうかな、婿殿。
Karao nodded. Evidently, Dugan could read him a little bit.
ご配慮いただき感謝いたします。ですが、向こうとは。
Were you not told why you were here?
それそのまま言葉通りに受け止めればよい。
Quickly, Karao glanced at the other Shiki present. Gotta get a good look at her. That's a nice one. There was a girl among them who blushed and looked down when he met her gaze. Garou wasn't the best at understanding emotions, but even he understood the implications.
いやー、めでたいめでたい。お互い顔合わせは済んだことですし、我々は失礼させていただきます。
そうか。少し休んでいっても構わんが、無理に引き止めはせんよ。
ご好調、感謝いたします。しかし、私たちが長居するほど、指揮権にあらぬ噂が立ちかねません。
婿殿の親子なら、そんな噂など気にすることもあるまいに。
道元様、お戯れはほどほどになさってください。
Her charming manners aside, Io gave off the unemotional air of a businesswoman, which befitted the head mistress of House Yasaka.
八坂九郎はただいまをもって指揮家にお引き取りいただきました。何か教育不行き届きがありましたらいつでも申し付けください。それでは失礼いたします。
With that, Io turned and left without waiting for a response from Dugan. Her retinue followed. Unlike when they arrived, however, they left the scene without a sound.
空縁女だ。
そうですね。
Dugan's eyes widened for a moment. At Kiao's reply to his murmuring, he cracked a smile.
婿殿はなかなかの男だな。さすが、伊予殿が傑作と評するだけのことはある。
実感がありません。単なる売り文句ではないでしょうか。
わしの目が節穴だと勘違いする女でもあるまい。だとすれば、貴殿の自覚が不足しているのだろうよ。
自覚するよう努めます。
But Corral wasn't sure he was up for the task. He was never trained to evaluate his own abilities. Still, as the head of House Shishiki, Zugin was his new master. If self-awareness was what was to be expected of him, Kiao's duty was to improve in that area.
婿としての自覚も不足しているように見受けられるが、いかがかな？
そちらも
まあよかろう。その見事な立ち居振る舞いに不足はない。良い仕上がりだ。
Dugan smiled wider with satisfaction before turning to the girl who still had her eyes cast down.
京子、お前の婿殿だ。あとは任せで構わんな。
Shiki Kyoku looked up to reply, snapping to attention.
緊張するのはわかるが、お前が望んだのだぞ。ならば、
喜んでお任せください。
まあ、好きにせよ。
Dugan spoke like he didn't care, but he was smiling. With that, he looked from Kyoku to Kuru, and then he turned and went inside. That left Kyaru, Kyuku, and
では、まずは私から。
grandmother has entered the scene. The older woman spoke up in a gentle voice. She appeared to be in her 60s or so.
四季ゆき子、道元の妻です。いろいろと家の中のことを差配していますから、婿殿も何かあればお聞きくださいね。
She said it as though she were passing a relay baton. The man beside her then took his turn.
四季寄り道だ。君の義父になる。
Although smaller than Dugan, Uramichi was a large, muscular man. His physique was intimidating, but his gaze was not.
婿殿、九郎君でいいか。
構いません。ユキコさんもどうぞ好きにお呼びください。
あら、それじゃあ九郎さんとお呼びしますね。
九郎君。私が君に望むことはそう多くない。あとは君の好きにしたまえ。
そのご要望をお聞かせいただけますか。
子を作る。多ければ多いほどいいが、男は必ず産ませろ。
Bro just went right to the point.
父上、それはあまりにも直接すぎる言い方では？
どのみち子を産まん女など価値はない。お前もそれは分かっているだろう。
Kyoku blushed and fell silent. It was a time when producing an heir was considered a woman's primary role by much of the world. Nanawara Island was no exception. Kyoku looked back up and nodded in acknowledgement. Then, flushed with excitement, she turned her eyes to Kiao.
この方の子供を産みます。
Joke's on you, he snipped. God, that would actually be funny and terrible. She smiled, overwhelmed with emotion. Her eyes were light with shimmering like radiant pools. Oh, she's thirsty. Ooh, boy, you got yourself a little nympho there, don't you? Seeing her like that failed to stir anything in Caro, but he did find her enthusiasm unusual. Thinking to himself, he felt he could admire her like he could a sunset. She's very pretty, he had to admit.
期待してよさそうだ。では、クロウ君、よろしく頼む。
こちらこそこれからお世話になります。
Uramichi gave him a satisfied nod and proceeded after Diaugen. Plot twist, he's gay for Yasuke and the Black Samurai. Why did I read it out loud, chat? Why did I read it out loud? This isn't made by Ubisoft. Kyoko was staring at Kuro. It could have been a tense situation, but Kuro didn't feel uncomfortable. Only Kyoko was nervous.
それにしても楽しみね。京子ちゃんったらあの人や寄り道のいないところでずーっと浮かれていて。
おばあさま。
Yukiko patted Kyoko's shoulder teasingly.
それは産みますって言ってしまうわよね。九郎さん、この子のそういう気持ち、重くても受け止めてあげてくださいね。
でも、この方にはこの方の。
はい。
ほら、いいって言ってるじゃない。よかったわね。
よか。
Quietly, Yukiko retreated into the manor while Kyoko was still reeling from her remark. Now it really was just the two of them. The silence lingered, and Kyoko began to shuffle towards Kyaru tentatively. She seemed nervous, and her cheeks were still red. For his part, Kyaru merely observed her approach. She was petite and attractive, with luscious black hair. Kyaru estimated her to be a few years younger than him. She was beautiful. It was indisputable.
先ほどは父上の手前言いましたが、そうではなくて、いえ、でも違わないのですが。
There was a flustered, breathy quality to her voice. A normal man probably would have grabbed her on the spot, but Karu felt no such urge. Still, he understood the intention behind what she was saying.
改めてお伺いしますね。
She bit her lip and swallowed before speaking again.
私にあなたの子供を産ませていただけますか？
はい。
Yeah, sure. He didn't have any reason to say no.
聞き間違いではありませんよね。
ええ、言い間違いでもありません。いいですよ。
Yeah, she's thirsty. Kyoko covered her face with her hands, but she couldn't hide the shivers that shot down her spine. Noticing that she seemed to like his answer, Kyaru concluded that he had said the right thing. Kyoku suddenly went still and looked up at Kuro.
はい。
もしかして私が言ったから承知しているだけでは？
どうでしょ
う。肯定でも否定でもなく。
何とも言えません。
Kyaru wasn't troubled in the slightest. He simply wasn't sure. It didn't particularly matter because he was her property and would have a duty to obey her regardless. It was possible there was more to it than that for him, but he had no way of saying for certain. Maybe he was just imagining it? Iyo had taught him the importance of casting off such doubts.
まあ、それはそれでいいのでは。
Kyoko pouted, her expression betrayed a mix of delight and frustration.
では、私に産ませたいわけではないと？
積極的ではないですね。
やっぱり。いえ。しかし、否定もしていないですよね。
ええ、まあ女性が子供を産まないとまずいのは私も分かっていますし。
そうではなくて。
はい。
Kyoko moved towards Kyaru. Oh, there goes my voice. Kyoko moved towards Kyaru and looked him in the eyes, unyielding. She appeared to have regained some of her composure, perhaps because she had seen that things were not going exactly according to her fantasy.
まず、他人行儀な口調はやめましょう。
I don't know what she was
わかりました。
expecting.
やめましょう。
ああ、わかった。
そちらの方が男らしくて素敵ですよ。
ああ、そ
褒めましたが、嬉しくありませんか？
う。嬉しい。
そういう社交辞令はいりません。
まあ、なんでもない。嬉しくなくはないけど。
そうですか。そうですか。なくはないですか。
Kyoko appeared to be happy. There was no doubt that, but at the same time, there was a sort of validity to her behavior that Kao found difficult to account for. She's hard to please, but not in the same way Sensei is. He had been taught that all women were hard to please. That's what made Kyaku different, was the affection. Right, I can't say I get it, but...
悪い気はしない。
見込みはあるということですね。
Kyaku gave him a satisfied smile and stepped back to give him more space.
では、クロウさん。今日からよろしくお願いします。婿とはいえ、まだ正式決定ではありませんので、少しずつ進めていきましょう。
わかった。京子さん。
呼び捨ててください。
うん。京子。
はい。
Kyoko's eyes lit up, but Karu didn't pay it any mind. He reflected on their conversation up to that point. At a moment, he came to a conclusion.
京子。
クロウさん。
いや、呼び合いたいわけじゃない。
クロウさん。
京子に呼ばれるのも嫌じゃないけど。
クロウさん。
名前を呼ぶのはいいんだ。
He regrets the decision.
あと、さっきから何度かやってるけど、どうも俺は変われた。
クロウさんは私の夫です。買いましたが。
迎えられた先で対等の立場を要求されてどうするか。その状況に対する知識が不足している。
では、私がその都度訂正すればいいのですね。
京子には手間をかけるけど、
それはとても素晴らしいです。
そう。
はい。私が好きに教えられるなんて。
常識の範囲で頼む。
ええ、もちろんです。任せてください。クロウさんが疑念一つなく私と結ばれるよう誠心誠意努力いたします。
それは婿として来たわけだから正しいな。
He sounded more uncertain that he had been up until that point, as Kyoko nodded affirmatively in response.
正しいですよ。必ず子供を産ませたいと思わせてみせます。
There's an out of context line right there.
うんうん。
By this point, several questions had occurred to Kaoru. Yeah, no, yeah. Why was Kaoru so fixated on him? Had they met somewhere before? Was there something he was missing? Perhaps she was mentally ill. You picked the crazy, bro. If so, was there some way that he could address that? He decided to set each question aside. If he even had answers, he doubted they would have made any difference. It was apparent that she was too emotionally invested to be stopped. Besides, as long as she liked him, what problem was there with her having strong feelings about him?
では行きましょう。まずは屋敷の中を案内します。
There was a spring in her step as Kyoko headed toward the manor. Kiao followed after her.
早速新しい発見があった。
私のおかげですか？
ああ。
Kyoko's manner were refined, but she was cheerful and wore her heart on her sleeve. He nodded to her.
俺の器は自分で思っていたより広いらしい。
He never would have expected himself to care about the feelings of a girl who was so infatuated with him.
その器に身投げしたいです。
Where is me? I'll be right back.
頭からはやめてくれ。
でしたら抱き留めてくださいますか？
For the first time since arriving at House Shiki, in fact for the first time in longer than he could remember, Kaoru felt awkward. He only averted his eyes for a moment, but it was undeniable.
無論可能な限り。
ではクロウさんの器で抱えきれないほど私はあなたを満たしてみせましょう。
俺では分不相応にしてみせると？
まさかそんなことはありません。もしクロウさんの器が割れても全部私で埋めますから。ですから大丈夫ですよ。安心して好きなように受け取ってください。
そうか。頼もしいな。
Shiki Yaku's eyes glinted with determination and a hint of madness. Oh, that's a good thing. That's going to be a good thing. So, with that, we're going to leave it here and we'll find out more next time. Thank you guys for joining us. Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings. Kyoko showed Kiaru in the main entrance hall, the same one Dugan and Yorimichi had disappeared into. There, she stepped and turned to look at him.
うん。何か？
It looked like something was troubling her. When Kiaru spoke, the fidgeting of her hands grew even more restless. Then, as though to calm herself, she took several deep breaths. 1, 2, 3.
先ほど屋敷を案内すると申し上げました。
うん。
私、クロウさんと挨拶をして、こうして案内することを想定して何度も練習してきたんです。
Kyaku was blushing slightly. Kiaru wasn't sure if it was from shame or giddiness. Either way, he nodded. She seems very uncertain about what she's doing for someone who's rehearsed. She was starting to make more sense to him.
練習通りにいかなかったと。
お恥ずかしい話ですが、その通りです。何分、こういうことは不慣れでして。
まあ、四季家のお嬢さんなら 仕方ないか。
House Shiki was the most powerful of the 7 noble houses that ruled Nanawari village. They were the island's ultimate authority. As the only daughter of such a powerful family, Kyoku wouldn't have had many opportunities to play hostess.
はい。この後も目に余る部分があると思いますが、どうか見捨てずにいてくださいますよ。お願い。
ちょっと待ってくれ。
はい。
Kyoko fell silent for the moment Kiaru interjected.
俺もさっき、君、京子にいろいろ教えてもらいたいとお願いしたばかりだ。だから、失礼とか目に余るとか、気にしないでくれないか。
Wow, she was so nervous she forgot already.
申し訳ありません。そうです。そうですよね。嬉しくて頭から飛んでしまっていました。
Oh, I guess not.
気にせずクロウさんに教えられる。私から学んでいただける。
You got the weird one. There was passion in the way Kyoko spoke. She faced Kiaru with a fierce look in her eyes. Be afraid, she's kinky. Why is the button
も
out?
ちろんクロウさんのことも教えてくださいね。私ばかりでは不公平です。
わかった。だが、少し落ち着こう。
失礼しました。もう私ったら恥ずかしい。
Kyoko clapped her hands to her cheeks as though to hide how she was blushing. She realized something when he saw her do that.
やっぱり、落ち着きすぎなくていい。ほどほどで行こ
う。ですが、それでは失礼ばかりしてしまいます。
肩や口調に力が入りすぎだ。多少砕けていた方が俺も話しやすい。すまない。
The stunned look on Kyoko's face made Karu a little nervous, if only for a moment. Back in the house, Yusaka Io had been very casual with him as long as he practiced basic etiquette, even though she was the headmistress. Perhaps it was to make up for how harsh she had to be about his training, but whatever the reason, it made her easy to talk to. There was no guarantee that things would work the same here in House Shiki.
さっきまでの京子のような態度がいいなら、俺もそうするよう努める。
いいえ、とんでもありません。
A smile spread across Kyoko's face. Kiaru could breathe a little easier when he saw that.
つまり、私があなたをお慕いしていると、常に表に出していても構わないのですね。
出してなかった。あれで。
Yeah, no, I'd be afraid too.
出てしまっていたので、自重しました。ですが、そちらの方が良いとおっしゃるのなら、私は。
She stopped for a moment, then gulped.
とても嬉しいです。
Huh? Did I say something she liked? I get the feeling there's been miscommunication.
そう。京子が嬉しいならよかった。
はい。
とにかく、その調子で行こう。変に気を回しすぎないで、不安ならちゃんと言ってくれ。俺もそうするし、要求にも応えるよ。
Kyoko nodded several times, looking like she was carefully considering the meaning of his words. Then she spoke up again with a reverent look on her face.
では、案内をするにしても、クロウさんの好みに合わせたいと思います。私に全て任せるのではなく、詳細を指定するか、要望を出してください。あ、 念のために言っておきますが、これは見返りの要求ではありません。これは私があなたに好いてもらうための努力、その一環です。鉄頭鉄尾、私が私のためにしているだけの自己満足です。私は確かにクロウさんを誰よりもお慕いしていますが。
Okay, no, saying that, you've known him before. I refuse to believe you just met him if you're acting like that, girl.
私がこれだけ思っているのだから、あなたにも何かしてもらいたい。
Because it exactly means I want something from you. Your dick!
なんて思っていませんから、純然に自分のためだけの行動ですので、そこは勘違いしないでくださいね。重たかったら言ってくださいね。
You're being too much.
わかった。
クロウさん、適当に返事していませんか？
そう感じたならすまない。
Kyaru bowed his head apologetically and updated his mental evaluation of Kyoko. He had taken her to be a refined noble lady, but that didn't appear to be the case anymore.
いえ、頭を下げるほどでは。私、クロウさんになんて口の利き方を。って、硬すぎるのもダメなんですよね。
できたら自然体で頼む。
自然。
Kyoku took several deep breaths to calm herself down. As he watched, Kyaru remembered something Io once taught him. Her words rang out in his memory.
女心は変わりやすく不可解だからね。男にできるのはその手に負えなさを愛嬌と捉えようと努力することくらいじゃない？
You're gonna meet a crazy bitch. That is what she's saying. Okay. Love, affection, right?
京子。はい。君の気持ちの重い軽いは俺にはわからない。
伝わるよう努力します。
それだ。
He pointed out Kyoko's enthusiasm and continued.
わからないが、京子が伝えようとしてくれていて、それは好意だということはわかる。そういう京子の行動や表情は俺もいいと思う。京子。
She froze up for several seconds, and when she came back to her senses, she seemed sulky.
クロウさん、ずるいです。
そうか。
そんなこと言われたら、思いが募って止まらなくなってしまうじゃないですか。それに、クロウさんの自然体ですか？何も感じていないような態度で、内心はそんな風に受け止めてくれているなんて。ごめんなさい。
She is banana sandwiches. I hope that means everything is okay. At least Kyoko was in a good mood. Judging by the way she was laughing, she was perhaps becoming too relaxed, but it was better than she was too excited.
さて、俺からの要求だったか。
はい。
Stretch a minute.
この屋敷のすべての部屋を見せてくれ。あれば間取り図もだが、これは後でもいい。水の確保先と食事材料の取引先、避難用の細工があったら教えてくれ。
As the most powerful noble family on the island, Haushiki had many enemies. As a Yasaka, Kyaru's duty was to everything he could to ensure his owner's well-being, not to mention his own.
それでは、各部屋をさらっと流して回りますね。気になった場所があれば、その都度お尋ねください。
わかった。では行こうか。
Kyaru waited for Kyoko to take the lead, but she didn't move.
京子。
この距離では遠すぎます。
Girl, calm it. After taking a moment to glance around, Kyoto stepped towards her tentatively from behind. The space he had left them was only about as big as his fist. Of course, Kyoto's hands were bigger than most men's.
これくらいでいいでしょう。
Kyoto heard her sigh, seemingly relieved. At this distance, he was close enough to smell a hint of her body odor. It was sweet and feminine. Apparently, she was a little sweaty. He took that as a sign she was nervous.
それでは行きましょう。
Kyoko set off, and Kyoto followed close behind, keeping her within a constant range.
まずは見ての通り廊下です。
Personal distance.
この屋敷は大きいですが、特別な設備などはありませんので、見たままに受け取っていただいて結構です。
Why do I feel like this sentence is going to come back to haunt us? That there are no hidden passages. There are totally hidden passages. This is a video game. Kyoko said that, but Kyoto couldn't help but note the sheer length of the hallway, and peering through the space between the shoji screens that form the walls, he got the impression that each room was quite large.
ここをずっと抜けていくと、中庭に面した縁側です。
Kyaru sensed that Kyoko's pace was artificially slow. She seemed nervous. Perhaps there was something she didn't want him to know. Kyaru tried to stay alert to his surroundings, but he couldn't detect anyone hiding nearby. It is really pretty. The backgrounds are beautiful. Again, supposedly this is made by the chick who made Nikopara, which I actually didn't know that the creator of Nikopara was female. If that's true, do let me know in the comments. And I think I played Nikopara once. I've never played them. Are they worth doing a playthrough of or a stream of? When the two of them came into the courtyard, they found themselves on a porch from which they could admire the vast garden lined with vivid red flowers. By the way, I do have another channel, Sinfully Pure, where I do more normal games. Guys should go check it out. I kind of switched up. I kind of separated my regular streams and this channel. This channel is its own little monster that stays by itself.
四季家は椿か。
Each of the 7 noble houses had a trademark flower. Besides Haoshiki's camellia, the only ones Kuro knew, I'm just gonna call him Kuro because it's easy. Kuro knew were the plum blossom of the house Ichizo and the bellflower of the house Futara.
はい、綺麗でしょ。
確かに。
クロウさん、緊張しないでください。近くにいてもらっているのは、私がくっつきたいだけですから。
You guys met like 5 minutes ago. This is a Disney freaking romance. Words that'll probably haunt me later on in this, considering what I've been told.
ああ。
落ち着いたら、ここでゆっくりしたいですね。
As long as this doesn't get to sadistic blood levels. Dear God, please don't.
そうだな。
Kyoko's ears were turning as red as the flowers.
それでは次、行きましょう。離れないでくださいね。
Kyoru noticed the hesitation in the way Kyoko was walking and reflected on their conversation earlier. She said I was acting emotionless.
京子、
なんでしょう。
くっつきたいのはちゃんと聞いたし、わかった。君のいろんなところも感じ取れてるから、落ち込まないでくれ。
はい、わかっています。でも、嬉しいです。
Kyoko started walking with somewhat more confidence, and although he didn't entirely get it, Karu felt a little more at ease too.
いろんなところって、どこですか？
Bipolar?
匂いや呼吸かな。
Okay, so there's horny, and then there's her. After that remark, Karu had to pick up his pace to keep up with Kyoko as she led him back into the manor.
ここは座敷ですね。 調度品や家具は異なりますが、同じ作りの部屋がいくつかあります。
The art itself is really pretty.
なるほど。
Kiaru placed one of his sizable palms flat against the grass, flat flooring. Then he lifted it up and slapped it down firm. There was a dull thud, and the vibration he felt told him a few things about what was below. No secret compartments, nobody hiding either.
クロさん、何か？
床下を確認したけど異常はなし。あとは見ていけば十分だ。
His tone was businesslike. Kyoko just nodded. She then continued showing him the other tatami rooms. They passed Dugan, Uramichi, and Yukiko a few times along their way, but they never seemed to pay the two of them any mind. They had said their introductions and didn't have anything more to talk about. That seemed to be the unspoken sentiment. They weren't necessarily avoiding Kyaru. They weren't over the top about welcoming him, but they seemed to accept him for who he was. He could feel it. They were very understanding. I wouldn't want them to be more attentive. Then I'd have to figure out the right way to respond to their courtesy. And I don't dislike Kyoko either. I could get used to it here. Kyaru continued piercing his logic together in his head as he and Kyoko wandered the manor. Eventually, she led him to a room that seemed to be different from the others.
こちらは来客の際に使われる客間ですね。あとで。
座敷を2つに分けてあるのか。
The guest room was furnished differently than the tatami rooms. The windows let in more light, but there were fewer places to put things. Nothing else about the room caught Kyaru's eye. Once he'd made quick checks of the floor, he saw no reason for them to linger. I assume I'll be living in the annex. After all, nothing in any of the rooms he'd been shown up to this point suggested that they had been prepared for a new resident. That seemed to imply the Shiki felt he didn't need anything more than the clothes on his back. Judging by the way they had treated him up to this point, he felt fairly certain that they wouldn't ask him to sleep in a shed or on the bare dirt, but the thought crossed his mind all the same. On the bright side, such quarters should make it easy to avoid prying eyes. That kind of thing was more important to Kyaru than being respected as a son-in-law. He couldn't help but think like a Yasaka. Next, Kyoko showed him a large kitchen area. It had a comfortable-looking raised section where there was a hearth for sitting and eating around, and below there was a dirt-floored part of the room with facilities for cooking.
簡素な作りだな。
はい。二らあたりは下人の働く炊事場と分けているようですが、式家は私やおばあさまが作りますし、遠慮も何もないですから。飯時はそちらの土間から持ってきてそのまま食べますし、ゆっくり話し込む時もだいたいここで行われます。客人をもてなすのは準備された座敷ですね。
なるほど。
As one might expect by looking at the head of their household, Dugan, it sounded like the Shiki, preferred a simple lifestyle rooted in work and family.
何か粗相をしましたでしょうか？
Kyoko didn't seem to think anything was unusual. Kyaru realized the room must seem normal to her.
クロウさんのご期待に添えなかったのなら申し訳ありません。ですが、式家も元は百姓ので、たまたま巡り合わせがよく今のようになっただけです。贅沢は身につかず、少年に合わず、人を腐らせるだけというのが代々の習わしです。私にできることはすべて、ぜひ叶えさせていただきたく思いますが、そこだけはご了承ください。
Suddenly, she was acting very mature. Apparently, she wasn't entirely at the mercy of her emotions. Perhaps it's unusual for other people to see her more passionate side. Kyoko was bowing her head apologetically, but Kiaro leaned down to look at her straight in the eyes.
京子も飯を。
はい、作ります。
うん。楽しみだ。
Kyoko's eyes lit up in an instant.
クロウさん、クロウさん。お好きな食べ物は何ですか？
好き嫌いはないよ。
それでは私が困ります。
No, she's right, bro. I hate when people say that. Just tell her.
あなたに喜んでいただくのが何よりの贅沢なのですから、私を助けると思って、さあ、どうぞ。
そう言われても、ないんだ。
So, anyone in relationships or shit know this joke, or they're married? Where do you want to go, honey? Where do you want to go for dinner? I don't know. You can pick. Come on, what do you want? I don't know. I don't care. You can go anywhere. We can go anywhere you want. Picks a place. I don't like that. There's gonna be like every guy in the comment going, yep, been there, done that. This is like the reverse for it.
うん。美味しいまずいはわかるけど、好き嫌いは。うん。土でも木でも必要なら食べられるから。
That's when you actually test
や
them
っぱり
on that.
ないな。
House Yosaka considered it a great virtue to be able to make do with whatever food was available, even in the most extreme circumstances. And Kiaro was unusual even among them. He'd be satisfied with eating rocks if he had to. He recognized that it wasn't normal to feel that way, but he didn't see what good it would be to lie about it. Still, he had enough sense to leave out the part about the rocks.
土や木。
Kyoko raised her eyebrows and shuddered with disgust.
もちろん、まずいけどね。
当たり前です。
Yummy.
しかし、なるほど。わかりましたよ、クロウさん。
何が？
これから毎日毎朝毎晩、私がちゃんとしたご飯を用意します。それを続ければ、他の誰かのご飯を食べたときに、ああ、京子のご飯が食べたいな。
I like how she's kind of mocking him.
と、思い出してくれるようになるはずです。いえ、なっていただけるよう努力します。
それは。
でしょ私を好きになるのが楽しみと、そうおっしゃっていただけただけで。
That isn't quite what I said, but oh well. Kyoko wasn't wrong to see a connection. However, just as he didn't favor certain foods over others, Kiaru had no inclination to like or dislike individuals. Pleasant or unpleasant, necessary or unnecessary. Those metrics made sense to him. Anything beyond that, however, had never seemed worth considering. Perhaps marrying into House Shiki was going to force him to reconsider what was frivolous and what was necessary.
京子、ほうけてないで次に行こう。
はい。失礼しました。
Kyoko still continued smiling, even as she was leading Kiaru out of the room.
クロウさん、ちゃんと後ろにくっついていてくださいね。あなたがいてくれるのが、好きなんですから。
うん。わかったから落ち着いて。
はい。これも聞こえているんですよね。
もちろん。
Kyoko's ears turned red and her lips trembled. After that, she walked as though unsteady on her feet.
母屋はこちらで最後です。
Her facial expression seemed somehow nervous. Kiaru nodded and then began to scan the room carefully. It was a changing room separate from the bath area.
熱心ですね。
うん。
Changing clothes, bathing, that was when you were at your most vulnerable. Kyaru knew that when you were naked, you could only rely on your own strength. As he surveyed the room, Kyaru went over the possibilities systematically in his head. If he were an assailant, where would he hide? How would he strike?
風呂の頻度は
夏場は毎日、他の季節は2日に1度。湯桶ならいつでも用意できますので、湯を張らない日はそれで体を拭っています。
They're thorough about hygiene. I would expect. It wasn't common to have baths in houses in those days. The most houses had sections of dirt flooring. How Shiki would want to wash enough to present a clean image at all times. Authority commanded more respect than dressed up nicely. Kaoru knew appearances were what mattered. A face like Kyoko's could make up for some very dirty business. Kyaru hadn't realized he was staring until Kyoko started laughing at him.
おかしなところがあったか。
いえ、クロウさんは私を見てくれている。そう思ったら嬉しくて、つい漏れてしまいました。
そんなに見てたか。
ええ、何度かじっと探るように。
あ
あ。謝らないでください。それに私の方が見ています。クロウさんが思っているよりもっとずーっと。
ああ、その。
She really wasn't being driven by emotions alone. There was a calculated part of her, like a jeweler doing an appraisal. I don't understand this stuff at all. To Kaoru, all that mattered about a person was whether he was supposed to kill them or not. Anything beyond that was simply irrelevant. He wasn't lacking in emotion, but he had no experience in relationships. He had never learned to express interest or seek reciprocation. While Kyaru considered whether he should tell Kyoko that or not, she suddenly drew very close.
それに口調や態度も大人なのか幼いのか行ったり来たりふわふわしていますね。
Kyaru thought about how to respond. She clearly didn't mean it as criticism, so...
気に入ったか。
はい。とっても可愛らしくて、それが私に向けられて、これから変わってゆくと思うと。
You're a very odd one. Kyoko grunted and threw herself into Kyaru's arms. She's so light and tiny and soft, and she...
私の匂い、覚えていただけましたか？
もちろん。
やった。恥ずかしいのを我慢した甲斐がありました。
Kyoko was nuzzling her head against him like a cat. She was running her carefully styled hair, but Kyaru got the impression he wouldn't be able to stop her. What am I supposed to do exactly? Kyaru was too lost to do anything but look at Kyoko and let her do what she wanted. He could accept her excessive and baseless affection, but he found it difficult to know how to respond to it. It would require a very different approach than murder.
京子、そろそろ。
はい。お湯を張りますか？
She's just going straight for it.
まだそんな時間じゃないし、案内が先だ。
そうでした。もう、申し訳ありません。
Bro, you found the horny.
私ったらクロウさんの前で、いえ、クロウさんの前だから。
Why do I think that they might have known each other or something? She shouldn't act like that if they just
気に
met.
せず行こ
気にしてください。
わかった。とにかくこの先は湯船だけだな。広いな。
Such bath would certainly make a good impression on guests. Kyoto scanned the room briefly, but nothing looked particularly worth investigating. So this is actually where we're going to save it. What do I say? I think that's it. So thank you guys so much for joining me for this series. And like I said, check out my other channel. Check out all the links in the description. And keep being awesome. Bye, guys. Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings. Such a bath would certainly make a good impression on guests. Kuru scanned the room briefly, but nothing looked particularly worth investigating. Then Kyoko came up behind him and pressed her fingers into his back, rubbing it up and down.
クロウさんが入るときは、私がお手伝いしますので、ご心配なく。背中、大きいですね。
She is like beyond the thirst. Against his back, Kuro felt Kyoko's hand, her breath, her soft breast. He turned around. He grabbed Kyoko by the shoulders and looked her in the eyes.
クロウさん、はい、私はいつでも構いませんし、
Shit, she's gonna vibrate out of existence if we let this keep happening.
心の準備もできてますので、します。いたしますか？
It's the vibration, it's making me laugh.
もちろん、初めてですので、至らないところもあるかと思いますが、どうかご容赦してください。
しないから落ち着こう。
しないのですか？そうですか。そう。
Can't you make him do whatever you want?
いずれはするだろうけど。
She's about to go into overdrive.
ですよね。クロウさんは私の夫ですから、当然です。
うん。
He's like, oh man, I got the crazy one. They held each other's gaze for several seconds. Oh god, she's going again. Kyoko leaned herself to the ground and curled into a ball right there.
京子、しっかり。
だって私、クロウさんにあんな情けないところを見られて。
Nope, just really crazy and horny.
舞い上がっていっぱい誘ってしまって、あのざまでは完全に一人相撲です。
でも俺は
クロウさんがまんざらでもないのは分かっています。だって優しくて可愛くて素敵で、私がこうやって悶々としていても付き合ってくれるでしょ。
He's like, man, can I get the normal one? Kyoru didn't know what to say, but instead he patted Kyoko's back in an attempt to be comforting.
ありがとうございます。
いいよ。こういうことは何度もあるだろうし。
あった方がいいですか？
四六時中一緒にいたらどうしてもね。
こんな情けないところをもっと見せた方がいいですか？恥ずかしいですが、クロウさんが望むのであれば。
隠されるよりはいい。
それじゃ仕方ないですね。
Kyoko stood up and wiped her tears on her sleeves of her kimono. She looked back to Kyaru and bowed her head.
お会いしてからずっと情けないところばかりお見せしてしまい申し訳ありません。情緒不安定な女だとお思いでしょうが、普段はこうではないのです。先ほども申し上げたように、クロウさんの前では舞い上がり、自分でも止められなくなってしまいます。
Kyaru nodded and gave her an unobjectionable response while he tried to weigh whether he should find it comforting that Kyoko wasn't always so emotionally volatile.
そうなのか。
I don't believe that she's not always like this.
そうなのです。ですが、クロウさんはこんな私の地帯も構わない。天津さえすべて受け入れるとおっしゃってくださいました。
I don't think I said that, but denying it seems like a bad idea. Kyaru was acting on instinct. He smiled ambiguously.
はい。はい。どんな姿でもあなたにお見せしていきます。それを存分に楽しんでください。
I feel like this sentence right here in about, 20, 30 minutes of the game is probably going to bite us in the ass. I'm just guessing here.
ああ、
Recognizing her enthusiasm, Karu nodded vigorously.
楽しませてもらおう。
Clenching her fist with determination, Kyoko started leading Kyaru out of the room.
それでは離れに参りましょう。しっかりついてきてくださいね。
Kyaru could tell by the look in her eyes that she expected him to stay close. He obliged wordlessly. In the courtyard, a little ways removed from the entrance to the main house, there was a small annex. The architecture was simple, but not cheap. In fact, it was luxurious compared to the house Yusaka's property where he had lived.
近すぎず、遠すぎず。
Looking back across the estate towards the main house, he could see the entrance building at once. Inside the annex, he saw a futon rolled up in the corner with several pairs of men's kimonos and obi folded neatly on top of it.
ここに住むのか。
At this distance, he would be able to tell if someone was coming, and he could fight without dragging the family into it.
いい場所だな。ありがとう。
He smiled at Kyoko.
気に入っていただけましたか？
ああ。うん。どうして落ち込んでるんだ？
同じ部屋が良かったのに、おじいさまがさすがにダメだと。
婿入りとはいえ、正式に婚礼を済ませるまではってところかな。
そうです。私がクロウさん以外と結ばれるなんてありえないのに、離れ離れにされるなんて。
Look, girl, I've seen how horny you are.
近いんだから、いつでも来ればいい。
そうですね。いつでも、夜でも。あ、本当に来るの？
I mean, she's cute. Incredibly thirsty, but cute.
呼ばい朝がけ。
My God, girl.
頑張りますのでご期待ください。
I want this to be a lesson because I was told this was written and drawn by a girl, and people can confirm or deny that one for me. There are a lot of people that say girls don't get horny. This is proof right here. Woo! Woohoo! This girl needs a very cold bath. Her response and the way she was blushing made Karu think that he was imposing on her.
だが、そういうのは男の方から行くものだろう。
I would say that her grandfather would probably kill you, but I'm pretty sure you could take him.
来てくれるのですね。
Oh, she is adorable, though. I really do like the art. That art is so nice. Like, that art is really, really nice.
すぐには無理だけど。ああ、いや、どうかな。
わかりました。待っています。ああ、そうです。クロウさんから夜来て。いつでも準備万端にしておきます。
Kyaru had figured something out about Kyoko. There was no way to ask her to rein herself in. He needed to be concert and specific.
その時は事前に知らせる。
びっくりしたいです。
わかった。直前に知らせる。
はい。よかった。
I know what it actually is. She's just excited. Like it's supposed to be young love, but it's just really, really funny considering the type of game this is. Also, is Nikopata an adult game? Because I was told it wasn't, but I honestly, I think I played one of them once on stream. It must not be then if I did it on stream. I don't remember. I don't. You guys will have to let me know. Are they even games worth playing? Kyoko couldn't stop grinning or sighing contently. Meanwhile, Kuro couldn't figure out what it was that she thought was good.
よし。それじゃあ、俺は中を整理するから。京子はどうする？
もちろん、ご一緒します。
Kyoko had an enormous smile on her face. Kyaru had merely nodded. He had expected as much. And blind. The art is really nice. The next morning, when the sun had been up for a little while, Kyaru was doing exercises outside the annex. He was barefoot and holding his hands in loose fists. One after the other, he would take a step with his right leg and then with his left, walking in the most natural way. But he was moving very slowly. One step took nearly 10 seconds. And his eyes were unfocused, not looking at anything in particular. He went about 20 meters like that. It's Tai Chi, right? He took a deep breath, lowered his hips ever so slightly, and started backing up in the same manner. His pace was steady and unchanging. When he got back to where he started, he lowered his hips even more and began advancing again. Then he would repeat the whole process. His face betrayed no emotion, and inside he was calm. There was only the flexing of muscle, the awareness of the body, and the detached experience of his senses. It was his job to end lives. No emotional investment was necessary at the end, so Karu did not develop any. I never actually got to go on an assignment. He lowered his hips again and continued his routine with his mind wandering. As far as the residents of Nanawara Island were concerned, House Yasaka's business was unspeakably shameful. They were human traffickers, grooming children to do evil work and exporting them to the mainland. Hey, guys! Thanks. Those sentences are gonna get me nailed. I'm gonna go hide in the corner now. Just don't pay any attention to me. I'm back. I wouldn't stay in the corner for long. Of course, talents varied from person to person, but Karu was raised to be good at assassination. Typically, when a Yasaka was almost ready for their first real assignment, Io would accompany them to the mainland to test them. There, as head mistress, she would give them a target and observe how they killed. She said it was so that she could nip any problems in the bud. Unfortunately, Karu had never been granted such an opportunity. Still, he was very much capable of killing. The children of House Yasaka underwent intense training, and accidents were not uncommon. Karu had been the cause of more than a few such accidents in his time. I tried to hold back, but it took so little to kill them. Given his history, he wasn't sure he was capable of being gentle with a woman. He was a little nervous about that. Kyoko. He was determined not to bring harm to his own fiancée, especially when they had only just gotten engaged. But what was the nature of his feelings about her? He didn't know. He knew she wasn't entirely stable, even if she only showed it when he was around. Would he be able to meet her needs? Yeah, now he knows she's fucking crazy. Standing there racking his brain wouldn't bring him any closer to an answer. He suspected the only way to reach one would be to give it time, but part of him doubted that he would ever figure it out. I can accept that I simply don't know for now, but that doesn't mean I can just forget about it. He didn't want to expose Kyoko to such worries and doubts, of course. She would enjoy it if he did. I don't want to rely on her too much. It wouldn't be right. I don't deserve that. So for whatever she does for me, I need to give something in return. Kaoru had a strong sense of fairness. Unfortunately, he still couldn't think of anything he could actually have to offer. He had gone over this line of thought 20 times since the night before. He was counting. I surely thought I would come up with something by now. I guess not. He had been in contemplation for so long that he had lowered his hips to a mere 30 centimeters above the ground. Slowly, steadily, he continued to move backwards. He wasn't sliding his feet either. He carefully lifted each leg, one after the other, while his hips remained firmly in place. I really want to see what this looks like. And his steps didn't make a sound. He had gone back and forth along the same path countless times, yet he hadn't left so much as a footprint. Eventually, he reached his starting point once again. Then there was a sudden rush of air, and he was gone. He was already 20 meters away at the other end of his path. His arms were outstretched and hands open wide with a palm forward, his wrist bent at the right angle. His pose suggested a judo strike to the neck. Somewhere in the distance, a flock of birds took flight. Even far away, a cloud stopped in its tracks for a moment as it was cleaved in half before continuing to drift along. Kaoru stood up straight and took a deep breath before looking towards the annex.
おはよう、京子。
Kyoko stepped out of the shadows. She thought she was hiding in and bowed, seemingly feeling out Kyoru's mood.
おはようございます。クロさん。
When she lifted her head, she looked straight at him. She had a moist rag in her hands.
ありがとう。
はい、どうぞ。
They're gonna be so cute. We all know this is gonna go bad. I have been warned a bit about this game, so I'm not sure how bad it is. I do have another one someone suggested to me, because again, I've said this before, I've gotten a few emails filled with games. Those that I don't buy, I get usually sent by fans, and I do give credit. This one was sent in a pack of games. I had 3 games that were called... how did the person put it? What was it? SAF. I think it's sadistic as fuck, is what they put it. And the message was, I see you like really messed up games. I promise this isn't as bad as Sadistic Blood. I just said sorry. I had to pull it up on my phone. And again, the person wants to remain anonymous. And I am very much, if you guys do email me games, I do keep your name anonymous unless you want to shout out. Obviously, I don't want to give people away on that. But they said they bought this from Jast and wanted to share this and a couple of other games. So thank you for supporting Jast also. Kaoru took the rag and used it to wipe down his neck and chest. Kyoko's gaze traced over his exposed skin and followed his every movement. There was a hungry look in her eye. No, she horny.
クロさん、私が拭きましょうか？
いや、このくらいは。
Aww.
お願いする。
Again, I really like that one pose. It's really cute. They have the slight blush and the hair and everything. Again, the art is fantastic. This is gonna get fucked. Is she gonna die? I don't want to see her die. Just because she's horny and unstable, she's gonna do something terrible. Oh god. Bro, don't talk to any other women. I just thought of what's going to happen. Don't talk to another woman. There are no other women in your life right now, my man. Kyoko practically tore the rag out of Kyo's hand and began to wipe his body down tenderly.
クロさんの体、
そうかな。
She reached her long, delicate fingers along the layers of his kimono and caressed his body with the rag, his abs, his chest, his neck. Her fingers were chilly, as was the wet rag.
しょ手あげてください。
Kyaru did as she asked, and Kyoko massaged from his armpit to his bicep. I'm not used to being touched, it feels weird. But despite the thought, Kyaru remained completely still. He's getting more out of this than you are. Also, the voice acting is really good. She seemed to be enjoying herself. Her cheeks were burning up. Meanwhile, Kyaru was taking note of the fine features of her face and the tender-looking nape of her neck, peeking out of the parting of her hair. She's very pretty. He assumed a normal man in this situation would sweep her off her feet and carry her to the annex and ravage her right there. Unfortunately, Kyaru didn't particularly feel like doing any of that, and even if he did, he had a great deal of self-control.
クロさん、
Kyoko placed her palm on his chest and looked up at him. It seemed as though she was tearing up, her eyes shimmering with a mixture of joy and anxiety.
あまり汗をかいていませんね。
Her fingers were on his chest, skin against skin. Kyaru nodded, as he hadn't shed so much as a single drop.
鍛錬をしているご様子でしたので、もっと汗を流しているかと思いました。
Kyoko whined and stuck out her tongue in an expression of disappointment. Kyaru sighed. He knew what she wanted.
そんなに激しく動いてはいない。だいたい汗だくになるほどの運動とは無縁だ。期待させたならすまない。
そんなことはありますが。
Kyoko's voice started to crack as she stumbled over her words. She stepped away from Kyaru and flared the rag around in embarrassment. Kyaru observed her while he adjusted his kimono.
今度から努力してみる。
Aww. Kyoko clenched the barely used rag in her fist as she tried not to look at him, her eyes darting back and forth.
遠慮しないでいいと言っただろう。
She held the rag to her lips shyly and nodded.
Hi.
Again, I really like that pose.
仲が良いな。
Go away, Grandpa. Go away, Grandpa. Kyoko jumped behind her. Dugan Shiki was smiling.
これならば夫婦仲の心配は無用だな、京子。
Okay, no, Grandpa's cool. Keep him around. He's fine.
もちろんです、おじい様。ところで、いつからそちらに？
お前同様、影に隠れて婿殿の朝稽古を見ていたのよ。
Was he doing the horse stance, I wonder? Yeah, he was. No, you don't go back like that in the horse stance, do you? Horse riding stance? I'm trying to figure out which stance he was doing.
では、最初から？
にしても、八坂の研鑽、見事なものだ。
おはようございます、道元様。
おはよう。しかし親子となるのだから、その呼び方はな。
いえ、正式な婚礼はまだですので、それまでは。
殊勝なことだ。
クロさん。
She shuffled over next to Kyaru and tugged at his sleeve.
どうしたんだ？道元様の前だろ
おじい様がいること、ご存知でしたか？
う。うん。
そ 今更みたいな表情を。だって、私、おじい様の見ている
京子。ユキコを手伝いに行け。わしは婿殿と少し話してから共に行こう。
わかりました。失礼します。クロウさん。
So we're gonna see what the combo is next time. What is the button? There is the button. That is not the button. What is the button? That's the button. So we'll see what the combo is next time. So far, I'm liking this. I think it's really... I love the art. I love, like, the music. The voice acting is really good. I'm curious to see why somebody called it what the person that emailed it called it what it did. I like that I pointed to my phone like you guys can see it. But I do enjoy this. By the way, if you guys do like visual novels, I'm doing a bunch of other ones on my other channel, Sinfully Pure. So go check that out and check out the Eldritch Abomination. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye, guys. Hello and welcome back to Ni no Hakoniwa. Kyoko gave her grandfather a quick bow and trotted off to the main house obediently. The expression on Dugan's face softened after he watched her go.
あれがあんな地帯を晒すとは、よほど婿殿が気に入ったらしい。
光栄です。
本当にそう思っているか？
The look in Dugan's eyes matched his smile, but there was a glint of something piercing in his gaze. Kyaru steeled his nerves and decided to set pretense aside.
本音を言わせていただければ、わかりません。
ほう？
思いを寄せられているのは理解しています。ですが、それに対して私がどう感じているのかというと。
では、あれの一生懸命な行情は無駄か。
いえ。
Kyaru took a deep breath and went over everything that had happened since the day before, when he first met Kyoko. It hadn't been long, but they'd spent nearly all that time together.
好いてくれるのであれば、うちに入れるのに依存はありません。
Dugan looked hard at Kyaru as though appraising him, then nodded.
器は大きいが正体はわからんか。なるほど。伊予殿の言うように、これは出来かけの傑物だ。
Oh, that's a bad sign.
先生が？
ああ、傑作だが、人としては出来かけである、と言っていた。しかし、まさにその通りだな。とはいえ、足らん部分は成長してゆけばよい。この二人もこしらえれば、親としての自覚も出てこよ
う。努力します。
Kyaru bowed and replied in a soft voice.
あの様子では、婚礼を済ませたらすぐにできそうですが。
わしも意外だ。あの京子が、ああも男相手に乱れるとは。ベタ惚れした女は恐ろしいな。
乱れるというか、情緒不安定というか。
婿殿の前だけだぞ。あれがあんな地帯を晒すのはな。
Kyaru took a few seconds to consider what Dugan was saying. It didn't quite make sense, but it seemed artless to keep repeating variations on that response. Besides, he felt like he owed Kyoko some kind of explanation, whether she was there at the time or not. He had never felt that way about someone, so he chose his words very carefully.
男冥利につきます。京子は、あでやかで、肉感も女としていいですね。
よいな、婿殿。
A hint of a smile cracked Dugan's cheeks, and he patted Kyaru's shoulder firmly.
ならば長女というものだ。男子の5人は産ませてやってくれ。八坂の子種、期待しているぞ。
That's more than he said last time. At dinner the night before, he had only asked for one. Apparently, producing an heir was very important to the Shiki. I wonder if their other 6 noble houses are the same way. Also at dinner, he had directed Kyaru and Kyoko to pay a visit to each of the other noble houses. Producing heirs shouldn't be difficult, but I get the feeling other houses will not take kindly to us. He wasn't sure what he thought about children, so he was putting a pin in that for the moment.
しかし、婿殿は巧みだな。一切荒れておらぬし、音もしなかった。
Dugan narrowed his eyes as he examined the ground where Kaoru had been practicing. He hadn't left a single footprint. Eventually, Dugan looked up at the sky.
さらに、あれは雲を割ったのか。
そのつもりでやったわけではありません。
八坂の術技ではないのか。
習った覚えはありませんね。そも、八坂は体の構造が違うものも多いですから。定めても参考になりません。
ではどうしてあのような芸当ができる？
Kaoru fell silent. It was instinct more than anything, and Kaoru wasn't sure how to put it in words. Still, he was obliged to give Dugan some kind of an answer.
あくまでも私の場合ですが。後を残さないよう足を運びました。音を立てないよう動きました。本来は見えないようにもします。あとは距離がないように走り。
You just realized that your grandson-in-law is crazy and scary.
死ぬように殴ります。
鎧兜の内でもか。
殴れば死にます。死なせるために殴ります。
わからん。が、言っていることは分かったぞ。婿殿は手だれなのだな。
ご満足いただけたなら何よりです。
Kyaru bowed. He was relieved because he genuinely didn't have any better way of explaining it. His movements and technique were merely the result of what he felt to be the most natural ways of accomplishing certain ends. He never thought about how to communicate them to someone else, nor as much as had an opportunity to try. I've been having a lot of new experiences here. Dugan nodded. Dugan nodded. Kaoru told himself that he would be sure to let him know if he figured out a better way of phrasing it.
念のために申し伝えておくが、竹への挨拶回りの最中に何があろうと殺してはならんぞ。
Aw.
は、島内で仕事はするなと、そうきつく教えられてきました。
それだけで十分だからな。とはいえ、婿殿なのだから教えておこう。八坂の者はあくまでも外へ出すために育成しているのだ。今度の奴らがこの島に干渉してこないための、いわば交換条件だな。今度の煩わしい横槍も入らず、素材も運び込んで交配させ、好きに育てられるわけだ。自然、血生臭く、醜く、獣のようなものも混じる。だから距離を置き、斜め家も毛嫌いしているわけよ。
Dugan looked at Kaoru expectantly, waiting for some kind of response. In light of how Dugan conducted himself with the Yasaka, Kaoru was able to connect the dots.
温度との窓口を仕切っているのが指揮家なのですね。いやおうなく八坂と接せざるを得ず、仲も深まる。
まあ、わし自身そういったものに抵抗がないのもあるがな。清濁合わせ飲んでこその人間よ。
Dugan laughed with a snort and smirked at Kaoru.
無論素材の入荷と人材の輸出だけではない。 その他の本土との交易も全て指揮家のものだ。それを妬み、やっかむ者もいる。まあ、当然のことよな。
House Shiki was the most powerful of the 7 noble houses, in a large part thanks to their rich and varied traffic with the mainland. Kyaru realized that was why Dugan had felt the need to warn him.
私は指揮家で子供を作る。
飾らずともよい。
強固をはらませ、産ませるために婿入りする。
No shit.
だが、もし島内で誰かを手にかけたら、殺させるために八坂を婿入りさせた、と捉えられてしまう。いや。
Kyaru corrected himself, continuing.
そう言いたい奴らがいる。ということか。
そんなところだ。婿殿はそちらの言いようの方が似合うな。
そうですか。
家族との会話にも慣れていないと見える。取り繕わずとも、わしの前ではそのままでよい。
わかった。
よし、だいぶ話し込んでしまったな。ああ、腹が減った。
Dugan started walking towards the main house. As he followed, a realization dawned on Kyaru.
道元様。
どうした婿殿。
俺と京子、二人で挨拶回りに行くけれど。
なんだ、不安か。あれはひいき目があるとはいえ、沈着冷静な才女だ。そうそう取り乱すようなことはあるまいよ。
俺と京子で八坂にいい感情を抱いていない家に向かうのか。もしかすると指揮家を妬んでいる家にも。
そうだな。婿殿とそうだな。
Dugan stopped walking and cleared his throat.
うまく世話をしてくれ。
何事もなく済ませられると。
死なせなければ間違いや事故はどうとでも取り繕ってやるわ。そう。つまりだ。
He gripped Kyaru's shoulder.
頼んだぞ。婿殿なら、九郎殿なら大丈夫だと、わしは信じておるからな。
Kyaru didn't have any choice but to agree as the old man patted his shoulder in an attempt at reassurance.
さて、言われるがままについてきたが。
はい。
There was a big smile on Kyoko's face. She hadn't gotten the point of Kyaru's remark. She was practically pressing herself against him as she led the way. She must have figured it out because she suddenly gave him more room. It wasn't the first time that morning either. It kept happening over and over and over since they had finished breakfast and departed from House Shiki's estate.
申し訳ありません。恥も外聞もなく張り付いては迷惑だと分かってはいるのですが、つい。
寄ってきてしまう。
はい。あ、お心遣いいただけるのはとても。
Kyoko bit her lip as though struggling to hold back, even as she blushed at how considerate Kyaru was being. She has such an interesting range of facial expressions. But even as he thought that, Kyaru could tell that she was getting emotional. It made him worry that she was trying too hard to suppress something.
本当にいいのか？無理しなくてもいいぞ。
私にも指揮家の娘としての節度というものがあります。それをわきまえずに自分を晒しては。
道元様にそう言われたのか？
はい。本当はもっともっとくっついていたいのに。
Girl, have some restraint for 5 minutes. That's what your grandpa told you.
おじいさまのバカ。
まあ、あの人に言われたら仕方ないな。我慢してくれ。
クロウさん、
どうした？
クロウさんは我慢しているのですか？
ん？
私に触れなくて我慢をしていますか？
いや、していないが。
また私は面倒くさいことを。申し訳ありません。ごめんなさい。私がスリスリしたいだけなんです。それを意地汚くあなたからも欲しいだなんて。私が我慢しているだけですから。それに考え方を変えれば我慢するほど後でブワーッとなりますのでご期待ください。
Jeez.
うん。
Yeah, no, he's just like, maybe I could go to the mainland.
またクロウさんは構わないと言ってくださったのに、どうしても気にしてしまいます。ごめんなさい。
Kiaru stopped walking and tried to figure out exactly what the problem was, but he didn't understand people well enough to know how to rein in the situation. He simply didn't have experience.
京子は十分だ。
All he could do was be honest.
女性としての役割を果たすには十分すぎる魅力がある。髪は美しく、唇は艶やかで、
クロウさん、
瞳の輝きも申し分ない。肌は滑らかで、触れられていると心地よい。
クロウさん、
細い指先の冷たさは気を晴らしてくれる。俺は朝の清流より君の指の方が目覚めが良いと断言できる。年齢に似つかわしくなく豊かな胸と尻が、もう子供を産める体だと視覚から訴えてくるし、匂いも。
わかりました。わかりましたから。
You sent her into overdrive.
ああ、そうか。
Good. Kiaru was relieved to see the sadness leave Kyoko's expression. Women are confusing. He didn't find them annoying, though. He wasn't sure if it would be different with a woman other than Kyoko, but he figured it didn't particularly matter. He didn't mind her company, and that was the most important thing.
私我慢しなくても良いのでしょうか。クロウさんがこんなにも思ってくださるなんて。
いや、我慢はして節度も保とう。
はい。
道元様の言いつけを守らなくてはダメだ。それに婚礼前に関係を持っては示しがつかないだろう。
一般的にはそうですね。一応四季家はそういう立場でもありますし。
そうだろう。
ただ私は早めにいたしてしまって、はらんでしまっても、あの二人なら無理もないと呆れられるのもやぶさかではないというかですね。
ダメだ。
はい。
Kyoko responded to his firm answer with a relenting nod. He was surprised that she would be so foolish as to consider letting her emotions drive her to defy the head of House Shiki. Kyoko held her hand against her chest and took several deep breaths. She then moved away from Kiaru, whose space she had been crowding again.
お手間をおかけして申し訳ありません。
ああ、これからどの家に向かうんだ？北に向かっているのはわかるが。
Kiaru knew the layout of the island, so he could get an idea of where they were based on the position of the sun and the features of the land around them.
まずは一倉家にご挨拶しましょう。時間はたっぷりありますから、一日一家で参ります。
わかった。
How's Ichikura, huh? Kaoru thought back to what Dugan had told him that morning at breakfast and the night before. Nanawara village was governed by the 7 noble houses. Each of them was responsible for managing a certain domain or activity. But for the sake of maintaining a balance of power, the precise boundaries of each house domain were left unclear. As a result, there were times when the houses had more influence than others. The island's houses were Ichikora, house of 1 treasury, Futara, house of 2 wilds, Kaizao, house of 3 boars, Shiki, house of 4 seasons, Ngosha, house of 5 monuments, Rikuga, I have to actually hear it said, house of 6 lands, and Sigusa, house of 7 herbs, plus Yasaka, house of 8 hills.
まずは北の方から片付けて、次に二良、最後に三枝か。
いえ、二良は最後です。
ふーん。
Kyoko was smiling, but there was a kind of joyful condescension to her expression, as though she considered the Futara beneath her. Looks like I'll have to be extra cautious when we visit them. He got the feeling things might be complicated between them and the Shiki, and he didn't want to let down his guard.
クロウさん、疑問があるなら何なりと尋ねてください。どーんと任せていただいて結構ですよ。
Kyoko thumped her chest in an attempt to set him at ease and continued walking. Kyaru didn't help but notice the way her breast jiggled when she did it. Even through her clothes, that he said earlier came to mind. What he said earlier.
さっき、京子を十分だと言ったが。
言ってくださいました。
我ながらあからさまで白々しい言いようだったと思うんだが、京子はあれを信じたのか。
信じていますし、信じたいので信じました。それに、クロウさんはあんな言い方。あんな素敵な嘘をつけるほどずれていませんから。私は全部、何でも、平気ですよ。
なら、よかった。
あれ？クロウさん、ほっとしましたか？私が、ほっとさせてあげられたのですか？
さあ、自分ではわからん。
For some reason, Kyaru was finding it difficult to look Kyoko in the eyes, so he turned his gaze toward House Ichikora, and that's where we're going to leave it today. So we'll find out what happens at House Ichikora next time. Thanks for joining me, guys. Bye. Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings. For some reason, Kyaru was finding it difficult to look Kyoko in the eyes, so he turned his gaze towards the House Ichikora. They just had to continue down the road they were on, make a turn, and then...
クロウさん、こっち向いてください。
ああ。京子、このまま歩くと昼を過ぎるぞ。
ああ、もともとその予定ですから、ゆっくりで大丈夫ですよ。クロウさんと、あれこれしたいですし。
ならいいんだが、あまり先方を待たせるようだと、走った方が早いからな。それはそれで、早く着きすぎるか。うん。ちょうどいい頃合いはわからないな。結局、京子頼りになるが。
クロウさん。
どうした？真剣な顔で。
走っていくとき、私をどうするつもりですか？
もちろん、持っていく。
持って？
Wow.
言い方が悪かった。抱きかかえるか背負ってだな。まあ、あまり早く行くと失礼だろう。京子がゆっくりでもいいように予定を組んでくれたんだ。それに甘えさせてもらうよ。
その通りです。クロウさんが甘えてくれるなんて。 嬉しい。嬉しい。
Wow. Kyoko was walking funny and Kyaru slowed down to match her pace. He knew what she wanted, but he was hesitant to pick her up in public. And so they moved closer together, farther apart and then closer together again. The more the two of them eventually reached the house Ichikora's estate. This girl needs an ice bath. It was a little past noon. Among the plum blossoms of the Ichikora estate, a man stood waiting at the entrance hall. It was Ichikora Tori, head of the household, refusing to sit down. His great height suggested that he was once a beast of a man, but he had since become withered and ghost-like, like a willow tree. He took a deep breath and adjusted his posture to put as little strain on his back as he could. His health had clearly seen better days. His face twisted with pain each time he coughed. He looked like he could keel over at any moment, but he was digging his heels into the ground to hold himself up.
やっぱり寝ていましょうよ。京子ちゃんもあなたの病状は知っているんだし、失礼とも思わないでしょ。
His wife, Madoka, was standing beside him, reaching to catch him if need be, as she made her exasperated remark. Tori only smiled at her, although the look on his face betrayed his unhappiness at anyone else having noticed the trouble he was having.
そう言うな。四季家の長女とその跡取りが挨拶に来るんだ。寝たままというわけにはいかないだろう。
He winced with each breath as he spoke, occasionally clutching at his chest. His wife saw right through his attempt to brush it off, and she refused to drop it so easily.
余計な意地を張ると寿命が縮みますよ。
I like the wife.
確かにな。
Tori patiently awaited his guest, even as he coughed his lungs out. It felt like it took them an eternity, but he just gritted his teeth and tried to bear it. The pain was too normal for him to think much of it. I don't think I can keep this up. He couldn't help but let out a jaded laugh as he considered the state of his health. And the house Ichikora isn't doing much better than I am. His thoughts turned to his wife, his only remaining family. She was all he had left, but he didn't resent that fact. It seemed only natural for things to turn out this way.
来たか。
You got a cute wife.
はい、お待ちくださいね。
She seems to love you. Madoka nodded to Tori and turned and moved towards the gate. Tori gate. He watched frustrated that he couldn't go with her. I'm an adult.
いらっしゃい、京子ちゃん。そちらがお婿さん？
八坂九郎と申します。
Madoka had opened the gate to find Kyoko, whom she had known since she was just a baby, and a young man she hadn't met before. I don't think I've ever seen her acting like such a schoolgirl. Even from afar, Tori could tell that something was different about Kyoko. If her engagement to the Yasaka boy had been the cause of that, he could only assume that this was going well. Aside from that...
失礼。市倉通り様でよろしかったでしょうか。
うん、そうだ。ありがとう、四季の婿殿。
あ、え？今、あら？
Apparently, Kyoko's groom-to-be was capable of covering a distance of several meters with a blink of the eye and catching Tori as he fell.
通り様、出迎えなんてお体に触ります。
Kyoko rushed over to them, and Madoka followed.
ああ、いいのよ、京子ちゃん。私も何度も言ったんだけど、こう。
Madoka sounded exasperated, but at the same time, the look on her face spoke to her profound relief that her husband was all right. Tori gave her an apologetic look, then turned to gaze hard to Kyaru.
式の婿殿、様付けはいらんよ。君が式家の跡継ぎになるのだから、立場は対等だ。
まだ正式に決まったわけではありませんので。
As he spoke, Kyaru ran his large hands over Toru's thin frame. That must have been enough to give him a decent idea of how the man's health, as his reaction was to turn his eyes down wordlessly.
律儀な子だな。私がいいと言っているのだから崩したまえよ、クロウ君。
Do we have some magical evil skills that could help him?
承知いたしました。市倉殿。
Sorry if you guys heard my bottle. Just a bottle of water. I don't drink soda.
トーリ様、早く横になられないとお体が。
ほら、言わんことじゃない。ごめんなさいね、クロウさん。その人のことお願いできます？
は。
すまんな。面倒をかける。
Kyaru shook his head politely as he helped Tori along, following after Madoka. With Kyaru supporting him, walking was easier for Tori than it had been since he was young. He turned his head to look back at Kyoko, with his eyes open wide, and she smiled knowingly. I think I'm starting to understand why Iaodono married him off. Kyaru wasn't exactly what most people would consider beautiful, but there could be no doubt in the mind of anyone who saw him that he was strong. It's hard to find the right words to describe him. Perhaps there is none. There was a soft warmth to the young man, a comforting firmness to the arm that he supported with Taru with. I can speak English, I swear. It was enough to make him want to let himself be carried, but Kyaru was only offering the assistance that was necessary. His gaze was sharp and alert, yet his eyes spoke to a pleasant simpleness. His youthful energy was untarnished.
こちらへ。
Tori was relieved to finally be laying down on his futon, although he missed Kyaru's touch as he left his side. The boy was sitting up as straight as a ruler, silent. Tori couldn't help but smile.
クロウ君、大変だな。
は、お心遣いいただき、ありがとうございます。
Damn it. That's not what I was talking about. He thinks I'm apologizing for... Oh, wait. Maybe he actually doesn't understand? That seemed like a good thing to Tori. Next, he looked at Kyoko.
良い婿殿を捕まえたな、京子ちゃん。
トーリ様もそう思われますか？
うん。しかし、のろけ話はまどかとしてくれ。女の話はキリがなくて疲れてしまう。
押し付けるなんてひどいこと。
お前に譲ってやるんだ。ありがたく受け取っておけ。
はいはい。ありがとうございます。
Madoka smiled. She knew her husband meant it all in good humor.
気をつけろよ、クロウ君。
は
あって早々にこんなことを言うのもなんだが、君はいささか強すぎる。
当然です。クロウさんはイオ殿が太鼓判を押した最高傑作ですから。
Kyoko was trying to brag. Kyaru could only bite his tongue and blink awkwardly.
やさかなのだから腕が立つのは当然だ。そうではなく、相手に与えるところが強すぎる。
なるほど。
京子ちゃんは分かっているが、持ち上げてばかりではな。
それは。
Kyaru furrowed his brow inquisitively. Toru thought he could see him connecting the dots in his head. For better or worse, the Yosaka boy was easy to get a read on. He was guileless? Guileless? Never heard that one. That wasn't a good thing.
あなた。
Tori had gotten lost in thought, but he snapped back to the conversation when Madoka reached over and gave him a smack on the forehead.
京子ちゃんとお婿さんが来てくれたからって、はしゃぎすぎです。
She's right. With my health the way it is, even this is a big strain.
えい
Stop smacking the poor guy. She smacked him again. Tori knew very well why.
九郎君、妻のまどかだ。先ほど紹介し忘れたので拗ねてしまった。
あなたが粗骨者なだけでしょ。
そうだな。
そうですよ。九郎さん、こんな風になっちゃいけませんよ。
It is the perfect married couple right here.
私がさせませんから、ご心配なく。
Bully the old man.
だ、そうです。
そうね。
The friendly atmosphere in the house helped Tori forget the pain in his chest for a while. Maybe this is what it would be like if she had gotten the chance to grow up. Tori clenched his teeth and tried to stop the memories from surfacing. What the fuck happened? Still haven't moved on. Oh, did he lose? I think he lost a kid. When he regained his composure, Tori turned to look at Kyaru and Kyoko.
一倉家当主、一倉通りだ。病床の身ゆえ、どうかこのまま話すことをお許し願いたい。
構いません。私の方こそ、若輩者ゆえの無作法、お許し願います。
そうです。九郎さんは、そんなことを気にするほど小さな人ではありません。
You know, I do like how Kyaru, like his voice actor is kind of very demanding and cold. And I like that. Like, it works for his character. Again, they're doing a good job with the voice acting.
確かに、この人よりは器が大きそうね。
Ouch.
お前くらいは入れてやっているだろう。
そうですか。
Madoka turned her head as though offended, but she looked like she was having fun. Tori seemed to find it amusing. Next, he spoke to Kyaru again.
すでに気づいているだろうが、一倉家には私と妻しかいない。一日のほとんどをこうして過ごすようになってから、使用人にも暇を出した。後継ぎもいない。一倉家は私の代で終わりだ。
後腐れなく終わりたいですから。まあ、私とこの人で十分でしょう。
余計な口を挟むな。
はい。
Damn it. We haven't been this affectionate with each other in a long time. Tori never did understand women, but he found the friction amusing. He took a moment to steady his breathing.
一倉家は七名家の取りまとめを担ってきた。しかし、どうにも血が細く、代々後継ぎには難儀していた。私も三男だが、他は皆亡くなっている。
Is it the same sickness that was going around the island before?
幾人か産んでも体が弱かったり、病や事故に見舞われたり、まあ、そういう家系だ。
Tori closed his eyes for a moment and tried not to picture his little girl.
取りまとめを必要としたのは、まだ力を合わせなければ七原村が立ち行かなかったからだ。おのおのの家が力をつけるにつれて、一倉家は必要とされなくなっていった。これも時代の流れと思えば諦めもつく。
There was more to it, though. Tori wasn't just resigned to the fact that House Ichikura would soon come to an end, he was deeply relieved by it. Then it'll finally be over. He was overcome by a profound sense of gratitude as he watched the daughter of House Shiki gaze adoringly at her fiancé.
とはいえ、一倉家が名家であり、通り様が一角の人物であることには違いありません。
ああ、それはわかるよ。
さすが九郎さんです。 通り様は特に人物評に優れ、まともな頭をしている七名家の者は、人を雇う際に面通しをお願いするのです。
まともならか。
それを抜きにしても、私は通り様に小さい頃からお世話になりました。まどかさんも同様です。第二の父母と言っても過言ではなく、だからこそ真っ先にクロウさんを紹介したのです。
Aw.
京子ちゃん。
Madoka sounded touched, and even Tori nodded knowingly. After all, she was the closest thing they had to a daughter. They felt a duty to her, although there was also a hint of atonement for their devotion.
さて、一倉家の紹介も済みましたし、通り様、先ほど語りかけたクロウさんへの票をどうぞ。
これは責任重大ですね。
二人していじめるな。
Tori went quiet and took a long, hard look at Kyaru. Going over the features he had noticed once again, the young man's gaze was sharp, his eyes were clear and honest looking. He reminds me of those paintings of samurai from the Genpai War you see in the scrolls. He looks like a regular Taira no Mosokato, the famous revolutionary. I am butchering words, sorry. Tori couldn't help but wonder how the Yasaka had produced a man like him. He took his time, considered the question before finally giving an answer.
とにかく、クロウ君から受ける印象が強すぎる。良ければいいのだが、世の中そう受け止めるものばかりとは限らないだろう。
As far as Tori knew, the warmth he felt could have come from the raging fire within the young man. The arms that supported him so firmly could just as easily have torn him in half. The assistance he offered so freely could have been taken as condescension or a challenge. His fierce gaze could have could be perceived as hostile. His unwavering eyes could be seen as unfeeling.
悪い方向に捉えられたら、恐ろしくしつこいことになるぞ。
Kyaru nodded, appearing to understand what Tori was concerned about.
私のことを気に入らない方は、その度合いが激しいということですね。
君を相手に中庸を保つのは骨が折れるだろうな。
Tori enjoyed imagining the Futara struggling to look unimpressed. He enjoyed it greatly. He regretted that he couldn't get to see it himself, but with a little luck, perhaps he could get his wife to fill him in on the details.
失礼な輩もいるものです。心がよほどねじ曲がっていなければ、クロウさんを嫌ったりはしないでしょう。
あのね、京子ちゃん。性根が曲がっていない人なんていないわよ。
クロウさんはまっすぐですよ。
あら、一本取られちゃった。
恐縮です。
Seeing Karu shrink shyly, Tori couldn't help but chuckle, even as he coughed. The day was drawing to an end and the sky was a deep red.
最初に千倉家に行って正解でした。通り様もずいぶん調子が良さそうで、きっと安心したのでしょうね。
そうかな。
そうです。だってこんなに素晴らしい人を旦那様ですって紹介したんですから、本当に祝っていただけてよかったです。
Can they get married so this poor girl can get some at this point?
俺が一倉殿のお眼鏡にかなわなかったらどうするつもりだったんだ。
その時は懇切丁寧に分かっていただけるまでご説明差し上げました。なんでしたら見せつけてしまってもよかったですし。
病人相手だぞ。
はい。
Kyoko blushed and looked down, as though she had just realized what she was saying. The two of them had spent a few hours visiting with Tori and Madoka before leaving to return to House Shiki. I guess I'm on the way home now. That thought made him start to consider exactly what home meant. Home, a mother, a father, multiple generations living together, operating as a family unit. Assuming that definition, a Yasaka had no home. Those born into the house Yasaka grew up separately, each learning to hunt in the way best suited for their strengths. It was more like a wasp nest. It's hard to tell exactly what home means. The Shiki wanted him to get Kyaru pregnant with lots of babies. Apparently, they consider blood relations to be the most important factor in what's constituted a home. House Ichikura was the opposite. They had given up on continuing their bloodline. But then, what did home mean to their head, Tori-sama?
京子、市倉殿は本当に家を潰すのか？
だいぶ前からそう伺っています。養子を取る予定もなく、市倉家の血が細いのも確かです。
そうか。
何か気になりましたか？
いや。
Kyaru shook his head and set his thoughts aside. Whatever he was having trouble expressing, he decided to chalk it up to lack of experience for now. He didn't need all the answers to his questions right away.
では、帰りましょう。今日の晩ご飯もたっぷり美味しく作りますね。
Kyoko was bubbly with excitement. Kyaru nodded. Ichikura Dono, though. Just as Tori had been sizing up Kyaru, Kyaru had been observing Tori. I don't think those were the eyes of a man who had given up. That's good. Meanwhile, the Ichikura estate was quiet once more after the unusually lively day. Tori Ichikura was lying down and his wife Madoka was by his side.
京子ちゃんには幸せになってもらいたいな。
He spoke softly, choking the words out before a series of dry coughs, but there was a passion to his words.
本当に。
He looked into her eyes knowingly and nodded. I'll never be able to rest in peace if she doesn't. Tori didn't dote on Kyoko like he did because he had known her since she was a baby. That was part of it, of course, but there was something more. We owe it to House Shiki. I know we can never truly make up for what happened, but it's the least we can do. He thought of the shrine in that manner. He thought of the plaque on it, dedicated to a little girl. He thought of his precious little girl, and he thought of the horrible thing that killed her. Sen would be alive if it hadn't been for that. But House Ichikura always had to deal with such incidents. The other one didn't have to die, though. It was our job to make sure nothing like that ever happened. Whatever became of that thing, it was House Ichikura's responsibility. Tori held that to be a fundamental truth. It was a point of view that had been deeply ingrained in his family for generations. So to him, it was natural to feel accountable for what happened because of it.
あなた。
The idea that the incident wasn't his or House Ichikura's fault never even occurred to him. We killed her.
すまん。すまん。
He knew his words wouldn't reach anyone they were intended for from his sickbed, but Tori apologized into the void of nothingness. Soon it won't be long now. He had one last hope. His mind was settled after seeing Kyaru and Kyoko. If anything proved they had his blessing, it was that. That awful thing will die with House Ichikura. There's nothing left that matters more to me. Caught between wheezing and laughing, Tori Ichikura couldn't help but smile, even as his chest was killing him. Kyaru took a sip of his tea. It was later the same night. Well, you know what? This is where we're going to leave it. We'll find out more next time. So we are starting to find out things are happening. What exactly are those things? We'll find out next time. Don't forget to check out my shop and other links in the description, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye! Welcome back to Nino Hakoniwa Dollhouse of Offerings. Kyaru took a sip of his tea. It was later the same night, and he was seated in a corner of the kitchen raised area. Meanwhile, Zugen and Shiki were sitting around the hearth just a few feet away. The women, Kyoko and Yukiko, were at the sink doing dishes. I guess we're going to visit House Kazooie tomorrow. As in Banjo-Kazooie. I'm just going to make the jokes if I can. Kaoru was observing the room around him, but he wasn't looking at anything in particular. His mind was mostly empty, as was usually the case. His teachers in House Yusaka taught him not to think more than necessary. After all, he was a tool, and tools had no need to think. Even in House Shiki, he considered it his purpose to be used, even if he was ostensibly being adopted as a fiancé for their first daughter. Still, he couldn't help but notice the ways they didn't treat him as a tool. I need to make sure I don't cause any problems for Kyoko. Just the fact of him being a Yusaka presented certain risks. Ooh, I'm going to shrink myself. I'm alright. For example, he might break some kind of social rule and hurt House Shiki's reputation. He looked at Kyoko during dinner. His every move seemed to inspire some kind of emotional reaction in her. She had been doing that ever since the moment they first met. He couldn't fathom why, but something made her want to devote the whole of her being to show him affection. He found it difficult to know how to handle her feelings, but he didn't mind it. He liked her. After all, he was well aware that he would appear insane to any normal person, and yet she accepted him. It was the same as the rest of the House Shiki. They expected him to prove their family with hardy seed, but they took it easy on him when he failed to understand social norms and expectations. Silently, Kaoru clenched his fists. His environment was calling on him to branch out of his usual cognitive domain, and as a result, he quickly developed a sense of loyalty towards House Shiki. He wanted to understand Kyoko's love. He wanted to requite her feelings.
九郎君、何か気がかりでもあるのかな?
It was Uramichi, the head of the household. He spoke to Kaoru without looking at him.
そうですね。
For a moment, Kyaru hesitated, but then he decided it would be best to seek help if he could, given his utter ignorance.
市倉通り様に与える印象が強すぎると言われました。それを今日
He glanced at her before continuing.
最初に案内された市倉家。あそこは俺に悪印象は抱かない。そう彼女は踏んでいたのではないでしょうか。
だろうな。
悪くない選択だ。
明日以降訪問する家々には悪く受け取られるとも取れます。四季家と仲が悪いのか、八坂が嫌いなのか、あるいはその両方かもしれません。
Uramichi and Dugan chuckled wearily. That confirmed Kyaru's fears.
今朝方、道元様にも言われましたが、市倉家を訪問して通り様にお会いしたことで、各家の抱くそれらは根深いのではと思ったのです。
Kyaru thought back to the grim, impenetrable look he noticed in Taru's eyes. He could only assume people he met from the other houses would be holding on to something similar in their hearts, and not all of them would be so benevolent. Dugan was right to warn him. He would have to be careful.
無論、殺しはしません。俺に悪意を向けられるのも構いません。ただ、それによって、京子と他の家に圧力が生じるなら、あるいはもしくは、我慢の範疇を超えるほど蔑まれる。 式家を侮辱された場合、俺はどこまでやっていいのでしょうか。何も言われないのなら、死なないまでやってしまいますが。
That got Uramichi to look at him for a moment. Kyaru lowered his gaze submissively.
申し訳ありません。ただ、その場で言い返しもせず引き下がり、後日道元様に取りなしていただくのでは。
父上に頼らなければ何もできない。そう思われるのも困るか。
He wasn't being critical. In fact, he was pleasantly surprised.
どうでしょうね、父上。九郎君は我が家が舐められるのが気に入らないようです。
うん、そうかしこまるな婿殿。むしろ良い傾向だ。気を回していただけるのはこちらとしてもありがたい。
は。
When Kyaru looked up, Dugan was propping his chin up on his elbow. He and Uramichi were giving him big smiles.
一倉家だけでそう察したのはさすがだな。気づいたのなら教えておくが、京子と九郎殿が舐められるのも、それはそれで構わないのだ。
承知の上でやらせていると。
踏み絵だ、婿殿。
Uramichi sipped his tea and sighed.
式家はいささか大きくなりすぎており、それがよそから見ると不快にも映る。しかし、それを表沙汰にする家は少ない。猫をかぶっていたり日和見であったりと様々だが、それを延々続けられていても困る。
俺たちへの対応でそれを浮き彫りにさせるのですね。
その通りよ。まあ、こちらの意図が伝わっておらぬグズならば、立ちは悪いがバカであろう。そんなもの、集まったところで物の数ではない。それに婿殿。
Kyaru tilted his head, curious why Dugan sounded so inquisitive.
その体、踏まれて壊れるほどやわではあるまい？
はい。間違いなく。
そうだろう、そうだろ
う。Kyaru watched Dugan nod with satisfaction. He was puzzled. It was as though he hadn't heard his question about where he should draw the line on how strongly he respond to hostility.
失望するな、九郎君。父上は君が思うほど薄情ではない。京子を思ってのことならば、なおさらだ。
そうさな。
Dugan paused, looking pensive. When he spoke again, he lowered his voice.
目に余るなら、女には傷を刻んでしまえ。男には傷を残すな。子息子女ならそれでよい。だが、今の当主どもには我慢せよ。そちらはわしが話をつける。よい。
The men were likely to bear a grudge, but the women would probably get over it if he hurt them. Kyaru assumed that Dugan's reasoning anyway.
承知いたしました。ご厚情に感謝します。
We're about to do something dumb, aren't we?
早くも婿殿の成長が見られて何よりだ。
それに、孫の顔が見られるのも早いかもしれないな。
Dugan and Uramichi grinned at each other. Their smiles were full of warmth in the way they hadn't been before.
おじいさま、父上、何を話されているのですか？九郎さんが私を思っていると聞こえましたが、誠ですか？九郎さんがそうおっしゃったのですか？
This girl would be crazy.
落ち着け、京子。九郎君は寡黙で口下手な男だ。軽々にそんなことを言うはずがないだろ
う。Uramichi chuckled with a hint of exasperation at Kyoko, who had dried her hands and hurried over to the hearth where they were seated.
いいえ、そんなことはありません。私と二人だけの時はたくさん
仲睦まじいのは良きことだな。
あらあらまあ。
Kyoko covered her mouth and giggled. She had followed Kyoko over to the hearth.
この京子と一緒にいるのを衆目にさらし続けて良いのでしょうか。
離れませんし、改めませんよ。でも、もしかして、煩わしかったでしょうか。それでも、離れるのは、嫌です。ごめんなさい。
俺は歓迎だけど、周りが。
そんな、クロウさんが喜んで迎えてくださるなら、もう周りなんてどうでもいいのに。
良いぞ。
ほら、おじいさまも喜んでくださっています。クロウさん、気兼ねなく、たくさんしましょう。村の者たちにも、八坂を利用するための婿入りだなんて言わせないよう、分かってもらわなければいけないんですよ。
そうなのか。
はい、いけないんです。
Kyoko had stepped up and sat next to Kiaru. Now she was looking at him intensely and shuffling close. Seeing how the young man responded to his daughter's advances, Yorimichi sighed.
クロウ君、重ね重ねよろしく頼むよ。
よろしくお願いします。
こちらこそ。
Kiaru nodded obligingly, and then Kyoko threw herself all over him. Damn. Right in front of everyone. You're gonna do this really right in front of grandfather? The next afternoon at the house, Kiazu estate. Yukio, head of the household, was sitting silently in the tatami room. Every once in a while, he would look around to make sure everything was in order for his guests. Inside, however, he was full of resentment. Damn it, Dugan. I know you just want to rub it in my face. He wasn't happy about Shiki Kyoko's engagement to Yasaka Kiaru.
あらあら、そんなにイライラしていては体にもよくありませんよ。
You guys are rather modern looking.
そう見えるか？
いいえ、ですがわかりますもの。
Yukio gave an amused snort and flashed his wife his trademark smile. I need them to walk away believing I'll continue to be obedient to House Shiki. I can't have them figuring out what I'm up to. That's how Yukio dealt with House Shiki. He was obedient, and insofar as that was all that was asked of him, it was sincere obedience. There's always trying to get in my way. I don't understand people who think like that, nor do I want to. The resentment would only continue to build up more and more as he thought about Shiki Dugan. So he turned his thoughts to Moriko instead, his wife, who was there beside him.
上機嫌だな。
そうですとも。京子様に八坂の婿殿、どちらも健康でしょうね。
Okay, so they're the doctors.
健やかに。それが何よりです。
お前はそれでいいだろうが。
それ以外に何かありますか？健康第一、長寿が何より。私たちの望みも職責もそこでしょう。
確かにそうだ。
Oh. Yukio nodded obligingly. He wasn't particularly concerned with what she had to say, bitch. Man, you're a dick, dude. In their 40 years of marriage, her kindly demeanor and dedication to her medical practices had never changed. Healthcare, that's what we do. The Kazuyu had been Nanawara Island doctors for as long as anyone could remember. They were the only option for anyone on the island who got sick or hurt. That meant the lives of everyone in the village were on House Kazuyo's shoulders. Dugan couldn't possibly understand the responsibility we bear. He doesn't think we deserve his respect. We help all kinds of people live longer, even if only by a little bit. He doesn't have any idea how important that is or how difficult. Yukio's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps coming from the hall. He could tell who they belonged to.
父上、防腐剤の在庫がもうないんだけど。僕らの内臓が腐っちゃうから早く補充してよ。
It was Koichi and his twin brother, Kaoji, here to hassle him. They smelled of antiseptic chemicals and gore. Yukio chose his words carefully and tried not to let any emotion show on his face.
手配しておくからおとなしくしていろ。
いつ来るの？間に合わないと困るよ。それに検体も切れてるし。研究が滞っちゃうね。
Oh, Tweedledum and Tweedledee. Moriko smiled at the boys as they begged their father.
二人とも頑張ってるものね。さあ、また成果を見せてちょうだい。
あ、いや。母上も好きだよね。
ええ。あなたたちの実験はいつも面白くて発展的だもの。
Moriko placed a hand on the back of each boy and led them away, back toward the basement laboratory.
頼んだぞ。
ええ。そちらもよしなに。
Yukio let out a deep sigh when the three of them were gone. God damn. But what he was upset about wasn't his son's lax attitude towards such an important visit, nor their lack of respect. Oh, I hate how Shiki. They don't know the first thing about healthcare, those uncultured apes. I'm sorry, we saw your sons. Don't talk about uncultured apes. That was what really got to him. House Kazui performed experimental therapies using volunteers from the village and tissue samples donated from the mainland. We do it for our patients. We've got to develop new drugs, better surgical techniques. Our research can save lives. Yet, House Shiki was using their authority and connections to block House Kazui's access to new volunteers and donations. Now they were struggling just to procure the chemicals needed to preserve their patients. We could never get away with openly defying House Shiki. Uramichi's next in line, but there will be no convincing him. I'll have to get on their new heir's good side, so he'll cut us some slack.
だが。
Intellectually, he knew it was the only way, but it hardly seemed easy.
旦那様、四季家のお二人が参られました。
通せ。
He left it at that and returned to his thoughts. Today, I just get the introductions out of the way and see what I can learn about the Shiki girl's fiancé. There's no reason for me to say anything untowardly. Adjusting his posture, he repeated his plan to himself as he would remember. Soon enough, his guest appeared.
失礼いたします。
おお、京子様、お久しぶりです。
Yukio had a smile on his face, but internally he was taken aback. Is this really Shiki Kyoko? What happened to her? I don't remember performing a lobotomy. She was like a different person altogether. In the past, she had always come across as a mercilessly and cunning aristocrat. But now?
はい。この度、夫を迎えることになりまして、そのご挨拶に伺いました。
Okay, so now we know she's acting different completely.
ご丁寧にありがとうございます。妻と子供たちが同席できず、申し訳ありません。
いいえ、予定を空けていただいたのは私どもですから、どうぞお気になさらないでください。
Her manner of speaking and conducting herself were the same as ever, but he could feel that something about her had changed. She kept playing with her hair. Clearly, she was a bitch in heat. You're not wrong, bro. Of course, you could say she was in love if you wanted to be sentimental about it, but Yukio was a man of science. He had studied many a live specimen just like her in his time, so he could have infer a lot from what he saw. She must be ovulating near constantly. What kind of drugs do they have her on? Kyoko ignored the way Yukio was staring at her and went on introducing Kiaru, who had followed her into the room.
こちらが八坂から婿入りのために来ていただいたクロウさんです。
Yukio fell speechless when he saw the young man. Yasaka Karu proceeded towards the cushion that had been prepared for him and sat down. Assuming a formal posture, he bowed, nearly pressing his forehead to the ground.
はじめまして、和井様。八坂九郎と申します。
Kyoko gave a polite bow as well.
夫ともども、今後ともよろしくお願いいたします。
Huh?
こちらこそ懇意にしていただければ幸いです。
Even as he fumbled to respond, the smile plastered over Yukio's face never wavered, but instead he was reeling. What in God's name? Is he even human? He couldn't help but tremble with excitement as he looked at Kiaru over. His cock strained against his pants, ready to ejaculate at the slightest hint of stimuli. What the fuck am I what? Okay. I wasn't expecting that entire line of words. He's human, all right. Superhuman. It wasn't that Kiaru was especially attractive, at least by conventional standards. But any man with a seed of a biologist in him could see it. Kiaru represented the pinnacle of human physical attainment. His strong bones, firm muscles, surely even his internal organs were finely shaped and pumped with rare vigor. I've never seen anything like it. Yukio had never believed in gods or Buddhas, but divine was the only word that would suffice to describe the perfection of Kiaru's body. He was cut like a statue of a fierce deity, standing guard at the temple gate.
和井様。
Yukio's heart was pounding in his chest, but he was determined not to let any emotion show through his mask.
京子様、素晴らしい婿殿をお取りになりましたね。
お褒めいただき光栄です。本当に素晴らしいです。
私も京子さんにそう言っていただけるのは夢のようです。
Go back, what were we talking about before? Can they see it sticking through your pants? A thrill ran down Kyoko's spine. She shivered with delight. She bit her lip, looking like she was struggling to control herself.
おやおや、見せつけられてしまいましたな。
I got to examine him, learn his family's medical history, run tests, open his skull, dissect him. I need it! 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 Alright. But Yukio didn't let so much as a hint show how he really felt show through.
我が和井家は代々医療に携わっております。季節の変わり目など体調を崩された折には何なりとご相談ください。
Fuck that. I want to look now. Now, now, now! Let me at that body! It's an insult to medical science that my hands aren't already inside his guts! He's gonna get fucked.
もっとも京子様がご解任されるのが先なように思われますが。
ええ、おそらくそうなると思われます。祖父の道元にもそう望まれていますし。九郎さんも乗り気です。結婚前だというのにはらませると言ってくださいました。
京子、ちょっと。
あら、お医者様の前ですよ。照れなくていいんですよ、九郎さん。それとも間違ったことを言いましたか？
あ、いや、そのままだ。
和井様、そういうことなのです。
You have two horny bitches in the room.
おやおや、これは。
A baby? His baby? I've gotta have it. I'll deliver it. All I have to do is make it seem like a stillbirth. Bro.
ぜひご協力させていただきたく。
Yukio bowed courteously, hiding his erection and struggling not to come in his pants. Okay! Alrighty, bro. I think they see it too.
父上
Not around the kid. A voice came from the small figure who had appeared from the doorway. Kyo gasped, returning to his senses all at once. He looked up to see his youngest child, a girl, staring at Kyaru and Kyoko.
小雪下がりなさい。
すごいすごいお兄ちゃん誰人間なの
小雪。
だって父上この人
私の旦那様よ、小雪ちゃん。
京子ちゃんも
ええ、私の。
He wants out of here. Kyaru clearly didn't quite know what to make of Kyoko and Kyoki's exchange. Oh no, I need Kyoki to keep her big mouth shut.
そうなんだ
Kyoki was looking Kyaru over intently. It seemed harmless enough, but something in her eyes suggested that she was studying him like an animal, an unfamiliar and fascinating insect. She wasn't old enough to understand that she should hide it when she did that. I hate to air our dirty laundry in front of the Shiki, but I've got no choice but to shut her up in case and chase her out of here.
和井様
Just as Yukio moved to stand, Kyoko extended her hand and motioned for him to sit back down. Her flirtatious demeanor had vanished. Now she was back to the Kyoko he knew.
欲しいなねえ京子ちゃんこの人ちょうど
私のだから取っちゃダメですよ。
はーい
Kyoki must have been able to sense Kyoko's intensity as she moved to her father's side. She sat in his lap and wiggled happily.
末娘が失礼いたしました。
いえいえ、分かっていただけたようですから構いませんよ。
そうですね。
Yasaka Karu was still. He merely observed the room, present yet somehow removed from it all. My God. Yukio had gone quiet. He held Kyoki's hands as he thought to maintain his composure. Look at what Yasaka had achieved. Suppressing the thoughts, he tried to keep the conversation going in hopes that he could get Kyaru to take a liking to him, even just a little bit.
九郎殿は八坂の生まれでしょう。あちらでもいろいろと人体に関わることを行っていると聞きました。
そうですね。私の羊もそれゆえのものですし。
Yukio's heart was filled with jealousy in an instant.
医療とつながるものもあると思います。少しお話を伺わせていただいても。
私の知る範囲でしたら。
Yasaka Kyaru. He was being so pleasant. Yasaka. He was a Yasaka.
ありがとうございます。では、
He was the product of House Yasaka's most advanced research. Why were they allowed to do whatever they wanted, yet House Kazu couldn't do a single experiment without interference from House Shiki? Ugh. Yukio concealed his outrage and began his questioning. Meanwhile, in his lap, Kyoki was staring at Kyaru with eyes as big as marbles. That's where we're going to leave it for today. So thank you guys for joining me. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this series, and I'll see you next time. Bye, guys. Welcome back to more Dollhouse of Offerings. By the time Yukio's barrage of questions finally came to an end, the sun was beginning to set.
九郎さん、お疲れ様でした。
運動したわけでもないから平気だ。しかし、和井様の知識欲はすごいな。
Kuro gazed at the gate of House Kazu estate as he muttered that last comment. Yukio pried as much as he could about House Yasaka's research, but Kuro made sure not to reveal any sensitive information. The details of how he was designed and the precise nature of House Yasaka's experiments were not secrets per se, but they weren't something that it would be wise to reveal to an old quack. For one thing, he was a tool designed for killing. It was a tool supposed to explain how it was made. I thought he would be disappointed, but he seemed very enthusiastic nonetheless. Yukio put on a calm face, but Kaoru could tell how excited he was by the warmth his body emitted and the sound of his heartbeat.
あれは、八坂に張り合っているだけでしょう。和井は、治療とは言い難い、おぞましい実験を行っていますが、四季家はそれを認めていません。
しかし、八坂には口出しなしとなれば、不満も募るが。
はい。ですが、八坂に関しては、本土の思惑があります。それを四季家のせいにされるのはお門違いですが、どうにも分かっていただけません。
ああ、京子も、あれが上辺だって気づいてたか。
和井様はいつもあの態度ですので、逆に察しがつきます。
She's not dumb. Kyoko shook her head in exasperation.
それにしても、小雪ちゃんへのしつけはなっていませんね。九郎さんに手を出そうとするなんて、失礼にも程があります。いくら年を取ってからできた娘とはいえ、甘やかしすぎでしょう。九郎さんも、そう思いませんか？
She's not wrong.
いや、俺は心配してなかったけどね。
あまり軟弱な態度でいては、舐められますよ。
俺は京子のものみたいだから、平気かなって。
それは事実ですが、はい、私のものになっていただきたいという願望の発露ですが、それはそれ、これはこれです。
君のものって自覚もあるけど。
帰りますよ。はい、帰る。これ以上ここでやっていたら、和井家に怒られそうです。とても嬉しいので、抑えられるうちに行きましょう。
そうか。うん。
Kiaru was used to her emotional state by now. He turned to look back at House Kazu's estate one last time. I sensed a large room with several people in it in the basement. His senses were sharp. It was impossible to hide architectural features or the presence of people from him, especially not when they smelled so strongly of industrial chemicals and blood. As a Yasaka, I don't have much room to talk, but whatever they're up to, it can't be good. But as long as they respected his boundaries, Kaoru thought it was best to let Dugan decide where to draw the line with them.
それにしても、小雪ちゃんは無作法にも程があります。おじいさまには報告しておきましょう。
No sooner had they lost sight of House Kaz's front door than Kyoko returned to criticizing the girl. It seemed she was unable to set the issue aside, but Kyaru didn't see why it was such a big deal.
子供のしたことだしいいじゃないか。それに、小雪ちゃんより、和井殿の方がまずい。あの人、誰にでもああなのか。
はい？
俺を見て勃起してたぞ。
Yeah, it did.
間違いなく勃起してた。
ちょっと怒りました。
もう遅いし帰ろう。
Kyaru caught Kyoko by the hips as she tried to make off for the Kaz estate once again.
話してください、クロウさん。私のクロウさんの尻穴が危ないのですよ。
That could be a thumbnail.
想像の上でも凌辱されたんですよ。私は
Down, girl, down.
まあまあ、落ち着いて。
うわ
Kyaru did what he could to put Kyoko's howling at ease as they made their way back to House Shiki's estate. Laughter rang out through the annex at House Shiki's estate at that night. It was after dinner and Kyaru was passing the time before bed with Uramichi.
そう現れましても
Uramichi had keeled over laughing when he heard the story of Yukio Kaz's unconcealed arousal. Kyoko had already told him and Dugan the story once before, and they thought it was so funny they asked Karu about it later just to hear it again.
そうだな。君にとっては切実な問題だ。
反応に困ります。
危機感に乏しいな。
勃起されたからといって殺されるわけではありません。
それはそうだが、掘られそうになったら殺していいぞ。
それは道元様も。
ああ、承知している。京子を抱く前に男に抱かれるわけにもいかんからな。
Uramichi wheezed and clutched his sides, screwing up his face and trying as hard as he could to suppress his laughter.
くれぐれも注意することだ。君にそんな心配は無用だと思うが、京子のこともある。
Ah, that's what really worries him. Karu nodded, thinking back to how Kyoko was struggling with going back to House Kai's estate to attack Yukio.
心得ています。
She gonna kill him.
どうだかな。あれに思いを寄せられていても、君自身は分かったものではない。
はい。未だに受け止めるだけで精一杯です。
そういうことではない。
お？
君は京子を評価している。そうだな。君に欠けている常識的な部分、情動的な趣を惜しむことなく注いでいる娘を憎からず思っている。親のひいき目ではなく、見ていてわかることだ。否定は許さん。
はい。
Karu didn't disagree. In fact, he felt like Uramichi had helped him realize something. I've been so caught up in trying not to hurt her feelings, but I really do like her. It came to him all at once. Suddenly, it seemed obvious.
だから、そこから一歩どうすればよいのかわからなくとも、そういう心持ちでいてくれれば、君はできると思う。初日から見ていたが、確かに伊予殿が進めるだけのことはある。多分、人としての基礎が元からできているのだろ
う。
Uncharacteristically for him, Karu's eyes widened at the high praise the older man offered. Uramichi laughed.
ああ、すまん。言葉を尽くすのは身にならないか。
Karu wanted to say something, but he couldn't figure out how to say it, so he gave up. I never been good with words. He could know their meanings, but they never carried much emotional impact for him. The things most people talked about just weren't relevant to his experience of the world. Their concepts were far removed from his life, like a train on a different track. Even saying that he thought Kyoko was beautiful was only an approximation. He felt like a revelation was coming over him. He was starting to think he might be attracted to her or even love her. Still, something wasn't quite right about those words. The smile fell from Uramichi's face when he saw Kyaru racking his brain. He looked down as he spoke again.
あの子は気立てがよく利口だが才には恵まれなかった。だから過ちも犯す。自覚せず罠に踏み込むこともある。だからよく静止して支えてくれ。
はい。改めて心得ました。彼女を支えにさせていただきます。
そして結婚したらすぐ孫え。早く何人でもいいから孕ませろ。それが君の第一の役割だ。子供を産まないうちは京子もまともな女ではない。極つぶしのガキもいいところだ。父親としてそのまま何年も経つのはいたたまれないからな。
Uramichi's voice was full of emotion, but Kyaru couldn't tell the nature of that emotion, so he merely responded with,
孕ませます。
He was firm in his statement and completely earnest.
よろしい。娘の話はここまでとしよう。それでだ。
Uramichi straightened his back as though the subject was serious.
和井はどうだった？悪意や敵意を向けられたか？
和井様はそれらを隠すのに慣れているようでした。ただし少なくとも好意はありません。
劣情の類だろうな。奴らの行情が行情だ。八坂の傑作である君に催しても不思議ではない。
複雑ですね。
Kyaru meant that. What Yukio felt for him appeared to be extreme curiosity. There was resentment and anger mixed in with that, but there was no indication that he wanted to kill Kyaru. And while Yukio could hardly be called loyal to House Shiki, he was unlikely to harm their interests as long as they remained in such a strong position.
まあ、人の考えることだ。実際に問題を起こすまでは時間がかかる。九郎君も懸命に荒探しをする必要はないぞ。
道元様は踏絵とおっしゃっていましたが、
あれは物の例えだ。意味としては真逆だな。踏絵は踏まなければ処罰される。が、この場合は踏まなければそれでいい。そこまで父上は独裁的ではないよ。
Kyaru took that to mean that there should be consequences for anyone who treated him with open malice.
所詮どの家も古くから格式のある家柄ではない。権力を剥げばただの村人も同然だからな。それが全てを仕切ろうなどと欲をかけば後ろから刺される。とはいえ進んで刺してくる相手には注意が必要だ。
京子が最後に回している二良家ですか？
望んで権力を強めたわけではないんだがな。
Uramichi shrugged his shoulders. It appeared there was something more that he was leaving out on purpose. He's not denying it, but I think he wants me to see for myself.
明日は五社と陸号、両家に赴く予定ですが、この二家がまとめてなのはなぜでしょうか？
五社は主な公安部を抱えていて、外部とのやり取りを仕切っている。陸号は経済面だな。ここに島内ほぼ全ての店がある。居住地域の四季、商業地域の陸号という具合だ。
聞いていると食料の流通を握っているように思えます。それでも四季家よりも小さいのですか？
うちはその上本土の祭りごとも噛んでいるからな。あちらから二度目されれば困窮しかねえ。お上を無視して七原島とやり取りする商人もいないだろう。昔ならいざ知らず 自給率も下がっているからな。長々と二度目されれば持つまい。
Kyaru considered Yorimichi's words carefully before nodding.
七原島の特産品は八坂のもの。それを四季が抱えている以上は、ということですか。
そうだ。話を五社と陸号に戻すぞ。外から入ってきた商材を取り扱う関係で、五社と陸号は非常に親密だ。血のつながりもあるので分ける意味が薄い。そういった二家で優先順位を分けてしまえば、後で内輪もめにつながりかねないだろ
う。なるほど。
五社のところで挨拶した後、入江を渡って陸号へ行くといい。あちらは商店も多く賑わっている。
ああ、そういえば京子も明日は午前から行くと言っていました。
ああ、なるほどな。あれも最初からそのつもりだったわけだ。午後いっぱい使って楽しんできたまえ。
Yorimichi smiled in a fatherly way. Kaoru started nodding wordlessly while he imagined Kyoko and what she was like when she was excited. Alright, so we will save actually going there. Mostly because I have to go do D&D. So, thank you guys for joining me, and I will see you all next time. Thank you for enjoying this short episode. Welcome back. Nino Hakoniwa Dollhouse of Offerings.
おじいさま、もっと毅然となさっていてください。
It was the next morning, and there were people gathered at House Gosha's estate, waiting to visit the Shiki Kyoko and Yasaka Kaoru.
そう入ってもな、あの京子様に八坂の男だぞ。どんな組み合わせだ。ああ、腹が痛い。今から私だけ抜けてはダメかな。
おじいさま。
Gosha Suzuka glaring at her grandfather Kenji, who was head of the household.
そんなことをすれば、五社家は四季家の挨拶など、こんな小娘だけで十分だと思っている。そう取られますよ。
それはダメだ。もっとダメだ。
Kenji was hunched over timidly, Suzuka rubbing his back to letting out a sigh. I just hope Kyoko-sama isn't stupid enough to see this and think we're trying to undermine House Shiki. Cool and collected, Suzuka had a mature air for her young age. She looked over the room.
ひじじ様、大丈夫ですか？
The young man who spoke was Riku Gao. I'm just gonna call him as Riku Tota, son of the Riku head and his first wife.
シージ、お腹痛いの？
The little girl was his half-sister, Sene.
ああ、心配しなくてもいいよ。じいじは大丈夫だからな。
Faced with his great-granddaughter, even Kanji had to put on a brave face. Or perhaps not exactly brave, but he gave her a half-hearted smile at least. What are they up to? Don't tell me. She was referring to Taichiro, head of the house Riku, and his wife Suzune, who was also Suzuka's older sister. Suzuka shook her head and pushed the absent couple out of her mind before she caught up in the thought.
ああ、早く来て、早く楽になりたいな。
Kenji wasn't an incompetent man. He likely would have lost his position as head household years ago if he were. But he had never been the type who could stand up to the powerful personalities of the other house heads. And after enough time, servility became part of his personality. Dugan Shiki was never domineering toward him, but he loved to skirt the line, always asking him to provide certain goods to the village or to adjust his prices. But at least he was better than Futara Ryuken. Not to mention those degenerate Kazu, and how Sagusa wouldn't even give the time of day to a male like him. And House Yosaka was a den of snakes. Not that he ever got to deal with them except through the Shiki. A life like Madoka-sama's would be nice. House Ichikura may have been in decline, but their former glory made them too confident to be intimidated easily. The way Suzuka saw it, Ichikura Madoka had the life every woman dreamed about, spending her days close to her loving husband Tori. She believed that was what marriage was about, having a partnership, not one-sidedly submitting to some man. But such a relationship were rare on Nanawa Island, where lies and scheming prevailed. Suzuka was wise beyond her years by necessity, and she craved the support and equitable relationship. Of course, she couldn't help but let those desires color her impression of Kyoko's arranged marriage. Poor Kyoko-sama, I can't believe they're making her marry some monster the Yosaka created. Suzuka was in attendance partially out of morbid curiosity about what he would be like. She wanted to be there for Kyoko. Like when they were younger, she was sure the girl would be depressed. Personally, I'd like a proper husband.
トータ君、早苗、お前たちは大丈夫か？緊張で腹が痛むなら席を外していいぞ。
Don't spoil him.
しっかりして、じいじ。お兄様、一緒にさすりましょう。
うん。ひじじ様、気を確かに持ってください。
ああ、ありがとうな。
No way I'm getting stuck with someone like him. Suzuka tried to stay focused on her goal as she waited for their guests to arrive. You are an ugly motherfucker. Oh, you're an asshole too.
どうして俺がわざわざ式のクソ女とやさかの化け物の挨拶なんぞ受けなきゃなんねえんだよ。
Meanwhile, a little ways away from the tatami room where the others were, the head of House Riku had locked himself in a guest bedroom with his wife, whom he was beating and kicking brutally. You're gonna be the first to go, aren't you?
動くんじゃねえ！顔に当たったら何言われるかわかんねえだろうが！
ごめん。
ほんと使えねえ女だな。まともに蹴られることもできねえのか？
Girl, you can do better.
ごめんなさい。蹴られま、かぶった。蹴られましく。
Let's give it to the voice actress for this one. She's doing good. The last kick sank deep into Suzun's abdomen. She withered and curled into a ball, clenching her stomach.
言ったそばから腹隠してんじゃねえぞ。ふざって。いやあ、もう、萎えた。くそ萎えた。
I'm sorry. What's going on with the males in this game? Toichiro wiped the sweat off his brow and quickly started to calm down. It was a routine for him to take out his frustrations on his wife. Now that he'd gotten his fill with casual violence, his mind easily shifted to other things. He started getting dressed when he looked down at his wife vomiting all over the floor.
おい、汚さないでくれないか。
申し訳ません。
Suzerain rose to her feet unsteadily and tried to do the same. Suzune rose to her feet unsteadily and tried to do the same, but her clothes were stained and reeked with vomit.
そろそろ式家のお二人が来てもいい時間だが、お前はそれじゃあ無理だな。
Any man who can switch like that is going to kill someone, or probably already has. Totichiro grabbed Suzune by the clean part of her collar and pulled her close.
せっかく顔はそのままにしてやったのに、何吐いてんだよ。俺の我慢どうしてくれんだ？
The force of the punch sent Suzune stumbling backwards, and she fell back to the floor.
そこでゲロ食って掃除してろ。てめえの実家なんだから勝手はわかるだろ。綺麗にできてなかったら顔で続きだ。
Suzerain looked from her husband to the vomit, with tears in her eyes, seeing that gave Toichiro a nice sense of catharsis. Bro, you better be the first. Now I finally feel like I can handle this damn meeting. He nodded to himself, satisfied, and strolled away toward the tatami room. Man, I can't wait to see how she cleans up that one. Touchio puffed out his chest, and his face took a demented grin. Of course I'm gonna beat her either way. What the fuck?
いやー、申し訳ありません。妻の調子が悪いようで席を外させていただきました。
When he was back in the tatami room, Tochiro shifted his expression to a smile and bowed politely. Suzuka wanted to sigh when she saw him. You've got to be kidding me. She knew he was beating his wife, her older sister. Their grandfather Kanji knew as well.
それでは仕方ないな。
You're a coward.
京子様には勘弁していただきましょう。
But no one would do anything about it. House Gosha had grown weaker over the years. They were in no position to endanger their ties with House Riku. Both families were caught between the demand of the Shiki and the Futara, and whichever one they obliged to, the other would take it personally. They had a lot in common, and the Riku were saner in their eyes than some of the other houses. Together they were capable of so much more than they were alone. These men always picked the worst of both worlds. If you ask Suzuka, they should have joined forces with House Shiki long ago. Unfortunately, her grandfather insisted that he wanted to maintain decent ties with the Futara as well. And that was the same approach House Riku favored.
鈴鹿さん、どうかしましたか?
You're a scum. Of course, Kanji was one thing, but Tochiro was absolute scum to her. House Riku's political position made him feel weak, so he made himself feel strong by taking his frustrations out on his wife. It was on an entirely different level from her grandfather. She felt sorry for her sister Suzune, but she also didn't understand why she didn't speak up about what he did to her.
いいえ、姉が心配ですが、ここは実家です。自分で何とかするでしょう。
What's wrong with me? Why don't I just say anything either? Year after year, she just kept hoping for the day when she would marry into a better family, when she would be free.
お父様、僕、鈴音さんについています。
お兄様、私も。
いや、 お前たちはここにいなさい。
He put a hand on each of his children's shoulders and took them in the eyes.
鈴音の代わりにしっかりと京子様にご挨拶するんだよ。
わかった。
お兄様、一緒にご挨拶しよ。
そうだな。さなえ、ちゃんと挨拶できる？
できるよ。でも一緒がいい。
I see they're as close as ever. The thought of what Tochiro might do to Sanane when she got a little older filled Suzuka with disgust.
鈴鹿、耐えてくれ。な。
ええ、わかっています。私もそのくらいの分別はつきますし、道理もわきまえる年齢ですから。
Rich. Everybody incest here. They rich.
そうか。なら、いいんだ。
No, it's not good. Is he listening to himself talk? To her, it was just another reminder that she couldn't trust any man from the 7 noble houses. She felt like she was starting to understand why the female supremacist house, Sugusa, rejected men outright. So go join them.
おっと、いらしたようです。私がご案内しますので、どうぞ皆様お待ちください。
House Gosha couldn't afford servants, so when the guest arrived, someone from the family had to get the door for them. I was supposed to show them in, but he beat me to it. There's a joke in there somewhere.
なあ、鈴鹿。八坂の婿殿はどんな方だろうな。いきなり取って食われたりせんよな。
どうでしょう。私知ってる。八坂はもののけなんだよね。
Someone duct tape this girl's mouth.
こら、さなえ。そんなこと絶対に言っちゃダメだ。
はーい。わかりました。お兄様。
Sene clung to Tota and nodded obediently. I wonder. The Osaka estate was very far from Nanawa village. They almost never met any of them. In fact, Suzuka had never seen a Osaka in person. But she had heard some of them had hands or feet 3 times the size of a normal person, or even that they had horns, or that the corners of their eyes drooped like all the way to their jaw like some kind of oni. The stories made it sound like they were hardly human at all.
でも、指揮家に婿殿を送り届けた者たちは、もののけではなかったそうですよ。
そうか。なら、少しは期待できるかな。
Hope? Suzuka scoffed at the thought. Poor Kyoko-sama. I know they want her to have children, but a Yasaka? As far as Suzuka was concerned, or most of the people in Nanawa village for that matter, they might as well have made her marry a horse or a cow or even a dog.
こちらです。遠いところご足労いただきありがとうございます。
Tochiro was putting on a humble and polite act when he returned. The footsteps of those behind him didn't suggest any displeasure or reluctance. Is she happy? Suzuka didn't have time to think about it because Shiki Kyoko strolled in looking like the happiest woman on earth the very next moment, and right behind her, the Yasaka man walked in and sat down. She was speechless.
皆さん、ほぼお揃いですね。こちらが私の夫となる
八坂九郎です。どうぞお見知りおきください。
これはまた惜しい殿方ですな、京子様。
そうでしょう。とても頼りになる私の殿です。
I really do like that picture. She's just so cute.
恐縮です。
She's going to fucking snap at some point. Like, she's so darn unhinged and adorable right there. It's one of those where you're like, oh. You're just like, oh. No, this is bad. Suzuka couldn't believe her eyes. She was in shock. He's the monster, the Yasuka, really? Wait, how? Why is he normal? Or, I mean, he's kind of hot? Oh no, he's hot. What did grandfather say? Dashing? That's one way to put it. He's a real man.
かっこいい。
Everyone gonna call Yasaka. Hey, I'd like to order me a man. Yeah. One that doesn't beat women? Yeah. One that does whatever? Yeah. Yeah, I'll take 5. Thanks, bye.
私はお兄様の方が好きです。
Yeah, no, make it more obvious what those two do. The coffin of Andy and Lele. This isn't a dream. Suzuka rubbed her eyes and looked again at Kaoru. The Yasaka seemed to notice. He grinned back at her with a friendly, if goofy, smile. What is this feeling? I'm a little afraid of him, but I also feel nice. Horny. Her eyes landed on Tochiro when she rushed to turn away her gaze. He kept his head down, remaining bowed to Kyoko's fiancé and trembling. Perhaps he was just surprised as Suzuka was to see how the Yasaka defied his expectations. Suzuka still felt bad for Kyoko, but she was delighted to see him feeling intimidated. Serves you right, bitch. Suzuka would have stuck her tongue out at him if she thought she could get away with it.
御社の港には四季家も八坂も世話になっています。よろしくと道元様もおっしゃっていました。
そんな恐れ多い。
While Kenji spoke to Kyaru, Suzuka was admiring the man's face. He isn't quite like I expected. He's going to be Kyoko-sama's husband, though, huh? He can take a mistress girl? Oh, no, you can't. No, absolutely not. No, Kyoko might actually kill you. The tap on her shoulder suddenly snapped her out of her thoughts.
あら、そんなに驚かないで。
Kyoko giggled. Suzuka hadn't noticed her sitting down next to her. The last time they met hadn't been that long ago, but she was like a completely different woman. There was a hint of red to her cheeks, and her every movement seemed incredibly feminine and voluptuous.
あの人を慕っているんですね。
もちろん。
Kyoko sounded excited, and there was a big smile on her face.
ごめんなさいね、静香ちゃん。
Suzuka didn't know what she was apologizing for, but before she could ask, Kyoko lowered her voice and continued.
あなたが市倉様みたいに互いに思い合う夫婦に憧れてるのは知ってるけど。
She is about to tell you. And trust me, this is coming from a girl. I know what's about to happen. She's about to tell you, if you go near her man, you're going to lose a tit. She is going to threaten your ass in about 2 seconds. Kyoko was still smiling, but suddenly Suzuka felt she wanted to cry. Oh, or not.
先に幸せになっちゃった。あなたも頑張ってね。
Oh, I thought it was going to be a threat. No, she's going to be professional in this. I guess that makes sense. You're not hood trash. It was afternoon, and Kyaru and Kyoko had finished up with House Gosha and House Riku a little early. The two of them had just ridden a ship across the bay, and Kyaru was stretching to ease his nerves.
クロウさんのそんなところを見るのは珍しいですね。
いや、追練はしてたけど、京子と一緒だと緊張が違うよ。いざって時は抱きかかえて、岸まで泳がなくちゃいけないからね。
It would have been nice to see like the background be the ship, but I get it.
先に行っていただければ一生懸命に飛び込みましたのに。
Oh, she's wet already.
クロウさんに抱きしめられてやりたかったです。
御社と陸号の人が困るからやめて正解だな。
私にとっては不正解です。ああ、もう気を取り直しましょう。
そうだな。 時間はあるし。で、なんで君は残ってるの？
Oh shit, she's been following them. Kyaru turned around to look at Gosha Suzuka, who was standing a little bit away from him and Kyoko.
そうですね。鈴鹿ちゃん、もうお仕事は終わりでしょ？
いえ、その。
Suzuka was shaking like a frightened rabbit when she revealed herself, and she kept glancing at Kyaru.
もしかして、京子に言われたのが気になったとか？
So people don't know this because you can't tell usually when I pause. I was in the Discord just a minute ago talking about Lovecraft and cookbooks. You guys should really join the Discord at some point. It's weird.
そんなことは。
喜びのあまり自慢しすぎたかもしれません。
Kyoko paused for a moment, and then an apologetic expression came over her face.
振り返ってみれば性格の悪い言い方をしていました。クロウさんも聞いていましたよね。
まあ、うん。
幻滅しないでください。普段からこうでないのはクロウさんもお分かりのはずです。あれはむしろ鈴鹿ちゃんもこんな素敵な殿方を見つけなければいけませんよと言いたかったんです。ね、
Reluctantly, Suzuka nodded.
ですからどうか私を悪女などとは思わないでください。私は純粋にクロウさんを慕っていて、その発露がちょっと悪くて漏れてしまったんです。
わかってるよ。京子にそういう面があることくらい今更だろう。
So I've heard people... Okay, so I want to go on something. I've heard people talking about how they think Japanese voice acting is better than American. That's not always true, but one of the reasons I think it is because they also do a lot of drama CDs and things like that, so they get a lot more practice with doing different things. I think it would benefit here if we did that, because we never do like the drama CDs and things like that. It'd be really fun if we got to. But that's something I've heard. I personally, yeah, there's bad voice acting in all countries. Don't think that they always do great. I've heard some bad Japanese voice acting. I just think people have this automatic hatred for English voice acting because of Funimation, and yes, you absolutely, I agree with that. They are terrible behind the scenes and other things they've done. But I think that does a disservice for voice actors from other groups that do try their best, and not everybody at Funimation is terrible. Like, they have some good people behind the scenes. I just think, again, it's also a meme, but, like, you do have people that are working hard on both sides. So don't forget that.
本当にお分かりいただけましたか？
あ
あ。本当ですか？
And again, I'm nowhere near professional, and you people still watch my stuff.
本当だ。
確かめましょう。
With that, Kyoko threw herself into Kaoru's arms and started nuzzling his chest.
本当です。これは本当ですね。
だからそう言ってるだろう。あと、鈴鹿ちゃんがすごい目で見てるし、他の人にも見られてるよ。
わざとだからいいんです。ここでクロウさんへの偏見を払拭しつつ、私との仲を見せつけなければなりません。
She crazy.
これは婿としての使命ですよ。わかりましたか？
He's just enjoying this now. He's enjoying it now.
往来の真ん中でこんな幸せです。
Pick her up and throw her in the ocean. Suzuka had raised her voice. Kyoko suddenly stopped moving, still clinging to Kyaru.
どうかしましたか、鈴鹿ちゃん。
いやさかってクロウさんみたいな人ばかりなんですか？
いいえ、違いますよ。 ね、クロウさん。
Kyoko took a step away from him. Her cheeks were still flushed, but he could see how her tone became more guarded. He told Suzuka plainly.
人の形を満足に保っているのが半分。中身まで人なのがさらに半分だな。まあ、俺は俺で常識に欠けていて、まだ口調が安定していないところもあるし、誰であれ、一長一短だろ
う。そう。
Go get you one of the human ones. It seems I have disappointed her. Judging from the way Kyoko spoke to her, it appeared Suzuka was hoping there would be a Yusaka like him for her, but there was no denying that it would be a tall order. After all, a family business was what it was. Even if she found one to marry, she would probably be unhappy with his lack of social skills or common sense. Kyoko, on the other hand, may like me too much. Kyoko smiled at Kaoru when she noticed him staring at her blankly.
いいですか、鈴鹿ちゃん。
Then she looked at Suzuka's hand, got intimately close and whispered into her ear.
大事なのは、見初めたら忘れず、離さず、何があっても手に入れることです。
Damn.
どんな人だろうと、ずーっと慕い続ければ素敵になります。
Stalk him, I don't give a shit.
その結果がどうなるかなんて考えても線のないことですよ。女の一年岩をも通すです。
京子様。
Suzuka bit her lip and squeezed Kyoko's hand, then nodded.
私、探します。あんなろくでなしどもじゃない、ちゃんとした人を。いっそ、島の外でも構いません。
I have a feeling that actually maybe the smartest thing you can do is get off this island.
その意気です。
Both of the young women took on a renewed vigor. Suzuka then took several deep breaths and turned to Kaoru.
クロウ様、ありがとうございます。私、自分の足で八坂でも探してみます。
I mean, you can buy one. You can buy one.
応援してるよ。
はい。それでは、お邪魔しました。
After bowing to them politely, Suzuka strode away, looking determined. Kaoru watched with Kyoko as she went, though the thought struck him.
もしかして、京子があんなこと言ったのって、鈴鹿ちゃんが自分に似てるから。
どうでしょう。物欲しそうにしているから、ダメですよ、あげませんよって言いたかっただけかもしれません。
With that, Kyoko swung around and looked toward the shops.
今の私は、クロウさんのこと以外、よくわかりません。そのくらい、いっぱいなんです。
Look at how pretty this artwork is. Gosh, I love it. So is this the same art as Nikopata?
そうなのか。
クロウさん、わかっていますよね。
He thought over the last few days since he had met Kyoko and responded with a nod.
わからない気はしないな。
もう、これは足りませんね。まだまだまだまだ分かっていただかなくては困ります。
そうだな。
そうですとも。だってこの先私たち夫婦になるんですから、以心伝心とまでは言いませんが、
もっと察せるようになろ
う。では私が今何を望んでいるのかわかりますか、お婿さん。
After considering what kind of things would most likely make her happy right then, Kyoko held out his arms toward her.
どうぞ。
はい。では遠慮なく、ではなくて、非常に飛び込みたいですが、この場所でクロウさんとしたいのはしたいですけどダメで違いますよね。
抱き合ってズリズリ動くのが好きだと思ったんだが。
正解ですが外れてます。もう仕方ありませんね。
Eagerly, Kyoko held out her own hand.
これでわからなかったら怒りますよ。
嘘だな。
怒ります。
京子が俺を怒るとは思えない。
怒ってますから早くしてください。
Curiously, Kyaru took the hand Kyoko had extended toward him.
はい、ありがとうございます。やっぱりクロウさん、わかってるじゃないですか。
手をつなぐだけでいいのか？普段はもっといろいろしてるのに。
それもそうですけど、これは特別なんです。
Kyoko was clenching his hand tightly. Her palm was sweaty and cold.
慕っている方と手を取り合ってお買い物。夢がまた一つ叶いました。
そもそも買うものがあるのか？
ご心配なく、たくさんあります。必要なくともクロウさんと買います。
察しが悪かったし、とことん付き合おう。
では参りましょう。
Kyoko's grin stretched all the way across her face as she and Kaoru started walking.
おい、あれ。
京子様だ。ってことは、あれが八坂の。
誰だよ、化け物とか言ってたの。
Nearly everyone they passed stopped to gawk at them. Of course, people had been staring at them the whole time. This must be what Kyoko was talking about earlier.
クロウさん、まずはあそこですよ。その後、甘味を食べましょう。でも、お昼が先ですね。
落ち着かなくてもいいから、しっかりね。
はい、しっかりします。
Kyaru noted the contrast between Kyoko's anxiety and excitement and his own sense of calm, even with the way she was dragging him around. Of course, they weren't doing anything significant enough for him to have an opinion on it. And he couldn't help but value his own inner stillness. Besides, he had even cracked a smile without meaning to. Perhaps I'm starting to learn. With that thought, he set aside his lingering doubts about the exchange he had witnessed between Kyoko and Suzuka. Kyoko's...
すごく見られています。私たち、どこから見ても、新婚夫婦ですよ。クロウさん、聞いてますか？
Wait, how long has someone been looking at me? So he's losing his edge. That's not good. So that's where we're going to leave it. So thank you guys so much for joining me. Don't forget to check out my other channel, Sinfully Pure, and check out my shop for lots of spooky fun. And check out all the other links in the description. Bye, everybody!